Hello everyone, I'm the Creeps Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. When I first heard about what happened, I didn't really believe it. I wasn't there myself. It was my wife who told me the story. She had been living in Samoa for a while, staying with a family she knew there. I remember her telling me about how life was different there. Slower, hotter, more peaceful in some ways, but still tough for people who didn't have much money. She used to tell me about sitting outside in the evenings, hearing the pigs snuffling around, watching kids play barefoot on the packed dirt road that went past their house. They lived near the coast, where the air was always salty and heavy, and coconut palms lined the road like tired old men leaning over, waiting for something to happen. She'd only been there for a few months when this girl in the village started getting sick. At first, no one thought much of it. People get sick everywhere, it's part of life. The girl was about 16, my wife said. Small, thin, with hair so black it looked almost blue in the sun. She was always polite when my wife saw her, always smiling, even though she spoke very little English. My wife never learned more than basic greetings in Samoan, so their interactions were just short waves and smiles across the dirt road. But one day, she didn't see the girl at all. The next day, she asked the neighbor where the girl was. The neighbor just shook her head and said the girl was very sick now. My wife told me that at first, the family thought it was an infection. The girl had a swollen area high up on her thigh. The family took her to the local hospital, but the doctors couldn't find anything wrong. They pressed on it, they took her blood, they did everything they could with the limited resources there. But nothing showed up. They said it wasn't an infection. They said there was no tumor. They sent her home with some painkillers and told her to rest. Over the next few weeks, the girl got worse. She stopped walking. My wife said it was strange to see because she would sit outside in a chair, her thin legs tucked under a blanket, just staring at the chickens pecking around in the dirt. Her eyes didn't look like a normal sick person's eyes, my wife said. She didn't look tired or in pain. She looked blank, like she was watching something none of them could see. People started saying that she was going to die. There was nothing anyone could do. The hospital couldn't help her, and the family was too poor to send her overseas for treatment. She stopped eating properly, and her skin lost its glow. My wife told me that in Samoa, even people who work in the sun all day have a kind of glow to their skin because of the humidity and the natural oils. But this girl started looking dry and gray. She looked like old driftwood washed up on the beach and left to bleach in the sun. One morning, the family called in a local medicine woman. My wife said she wasn't surprised. When hospitals fail people there, they go back to what they know. The medicine woman arrived in the afternoon. She was short and wide, with strong brown feet, and hair tied back in a long braid streaked with white. My wife didn't know her name. Everyone just called her the old lady with respect. The family invited my wife to watch. She didn't want to be rude, so she went. She was curious, too. She told me she thought it would be interesting to see what kind of herbal poultices or chants the old woman would use. She expected something theatrical, something to give the family comfort even if it didn't work. She told me she never really believed in spiritual stuff. She grew up going to church sometimes, but her parents weren't strict about it, and she never thought about spirits or demons being real. She thought it was just cultural tradition and nothing more. She followed the family inside the small house. The girl was lying on a woven mat on the floor. The air inside was thick and smelled of wood smoke and sweat. Flies buzzed around lazily, landing on the girl's blanket. The old woman bent down and tied something around her own waist, a belt with a few pouches hanging from it. My wife said she thought it was going to be some herbs or oils, but when the woman opened them, she couldn't see what was inside. She was too far back in the group of people gathered in the house. The old woman spoke softly to the girl in Samoan. The girl closed her eyes. Then the old woman stood up and planted her bare foot right on top of the swollen part of the girl's thigh. My wife said she winced, expecting the girl to scream in pain. She thought it would be a theatrical scream, a performance to show the spirit being driven out, like she'd seen in films about exorcisms in other countries. But the girl didn't scream. Instead, she opened her mouth and started speaking. My wife said that at first, it was just a mumble, like a sleep talker. Then it grew louder. She said it sounded like a man's voice. Not deep like a movie monster, but rough, with a flat harshness that didn't match the girl's thin body. The words came out in Samoan, so my wife didn't understand, but she looked around at the family. Some of them were crying. Others had their heads down, hands covering their eyes. My wife asked the neighbor later what the girl had been saying. The neighbor told her it was the voice of a man who had been buried outside the house years ago. In Samoa, people bury their family members on their own land. Graves are everywhere. In the front yard, by the driveway, beside the washing lines. They don't have big cemeteries like we do. This man had been buried outside the house when he died, and apparently, he had been angry about something before he passed. My wife didn't know the full story. She just knew that the old woman began to speak louder, demanding the spirit leave the girl's body. The girl's mouth moved, but it was the man's voice that spoke back. It sounded angry. The old woman didn't stop pressing her foot down. My wife said the girl's leg looked like it was bending in ways it shouldn't, but she didn't make a sound. Just the man's voice coming out of her mouth. The old woman kept talking, louder and louder, and then she said something that made everyone go silent. Later, the neighbor told my wife that the old woman had threatened to dig up the grave and pour boiling water over the man's bones if he didn't leave the girl. My wife didn't know what to think at that point. She said her mouth went dry and she could feel sweat dripping down her back. The air felt heavy, like the moment just before a tropical storm breaks. She said she wanted to leave, but her legs wouldn't move. The girl's mouth opened wider. The voice changed, turning into something like a whine. It was still a man's voice, but it sounded defeated, tired, angry, and sad all at once. Then it stopped. Silence fell over the house. The only sound was the flies buzzing and the distant barking of dogs outside. Then came the part that my wife said she still thinks about when she wakes up in the night. As soon as the girl closed her mouth, all the dogs outside went crazy. They'd been lying in the sun, sleeping or scratching themselves. Suddenly they leapt up, barking and snarling, chasing something invisible down the dirt path toward the grave. My wife said it was like they saw something none of them could see. The dogs raced down the track, dust flying up behind them, their tails straight and stiff with rage. She could hear their barking echo off the trees for a long time before it faded away. The old woman lifted her foot off the girl's leg. The girl lay there breathing heavily, her eyes still closed. She looked like she was sleeping. The old woman walked out of the house, not saying anything to anyone. People stepped aside to let her pass. My wife said the atmosphere felt heavy and silent, like everyone was thinking the same thing, but no one wanted to say it out loud. That evening, the girl sat outside on a chair again. She was eating a bowl of taro and fish soup. My wife said she looked tired but alive, her skin glowing again in the evening light. Her mother sat beside her, brushing her hair out with an old plastic comb. The family looked happy, relieved. Life went back to normal after that. People went to work, kids played in the road, women washed clothes in big metal tubs behind their houses. But when my wife walked past their house, she always noticed the girl sitting there with her eyes closed, her face turned toward the grave as if she was listening for something. When my wife told me the story, she looked troubled. She kept saying, "I don't believe in spirits. I really don't. But I don't know what else it could have been." She told me she still has dreams about that man's voice coming out of the girl's mouth. Sometimes she dreams about the dogs too, about the way they tore off down the road, barking and growling at something they could see but she couldn't. I didn't know what to say to her. I've always been logical about things. I believe in science, in what can be proven, but I could tell that even though she was trying to laugh it off, there was a part of her that would never laugh about it. A part of her that remembered the way the girl's leg bent under the old woman's foot without breaking. The way the flies hovered in the thick hot air, as if waiting for something to happen. The way the dogs went mad, chasing something only they could see. We don't talk about it much anymore. But sometimes, when we're lying in bed at night, and the wind makes the trees scrape against our windows, I think about that girl sitting in the evening sun, eating her soup, staring at the grave. And I think about how sometimes, no matter how hard we try to understand the world, there are things that will always remain hidden from us. Things we can't explain. Things that don't care whether we believe in them or not. It was a Saturday morning, and the air felt thick before the rain even started. I remember waking up to the smell of eggs and toast, hearing the steady ticking of the kitchen clock as I lay there half awake, staring at the pale ceiling. My brother was already up. I could hear his feet thumping down the hall as he ran to the bathroom. I didn't want to get out of bed. I was comfortable and warm under my blanket. But my dad yelled down the hall that we were going into town for groceries before the real storm came in. I swung my legs off the bed, the floor cold on my feet, and stood up to pull on my jeans and hoodie. Outside, the sky was an odd gray, heavy with the promise of rain, and the smell of wet dirt was already sneaking in through the cracks of my window. We left the house just before noon. My dad drove his old blue truck, the one with rust starting to form along the bottom edges of the doors. I sat in the passenger seat, and my brother climbed into the back, slamming the door so hard it made the window rattle. Dad grumbled under his breath about being careful with his truck, but he didn't really sound angry. We backed out of the gravel driveway and turned onto the narrow back road that led to the main highway. This road was always empty except for the rare neighbor driving their tractor or the occasional jogger with their dog. It wound through rows of trees and over shallow dips where rainwater collected. I watched the tops of the trees sway in the wind as we drove, the sky turning darker by the minute. About 5 minutes down the road, the first drops of rain started to hit the windshield. They were thick and heavy, the kind that sounded like small stones when they landed. Dad turned the wipers on low, and the rubber blades squeaked across the glass. The smell of rain grew stronger as it came down harder, mixing with the damp, earthy smell that always filled the truck when the weather turned. Within minutes, it went from light rain to a full-on storm. The sky darkened until it felt like late evening, even though it was still around midday. Thunder rumbled far away at first, then cracked louder, shaking the windows. I felt it in my chest, like a quick punch from the inside. I looked over at my dad. His hands were tight on the steering wheel, knuckles pale. His eyes flicked from the road to the rearview mirror and back again. My brother was quiet for once, probably watching the trees bend and dance under the wind, their leaves flying off like torn scraps of paper. Hail started to mix with the rain. At first it was small, just tiny clear balls that bounced off the hood and rolled off the roof. But within seconds, it turned into sharp white chunks that made a loud ticking sound when they hit the metal. It felt like we were driving through gravel falling from the sky. I felt a chill run down my arms. I pulled my hoodie tighter and looked out the window, trying to see through the blur of water and hail. The road ahead twisted left and right between thick trees, and every once in a while lightning lit up everything bright white for a second. That's when I saw him. Far up ahead, maybe 200 yards or so, there was a figure walking along the side of the road. At first it was just a shape through the heavy rain, but as we got closer I realized it was a man. He was wearing a yellow rain slicker, the kind that fishermen or utility workers wear. The yellow was bright against the dark green of the trees and the gray sky, but it was muted under the thick rain pouring down. He walked slowly, one foot in front of the other, his arms hanging down at his sides. His head was bent down so low that I couldn't see his face at all. The hood of his rain slicker was pulled up and forward, covering everything. It made him look almost faceless, like there was nothing under there at all, just a dark shadow where a face should be. As we approached, my dad slowed down a little, probably out of instinct, because seeing anyone out in a storm like this was weird enough. But he didn't say anything, and neither did I. I just watched as the figure grew closer, the yellow of his jacket becoming clearer through the hail and rain. The man was walking on the right side of the road, heading in the opposite direction we were driving. The rain was coming down so hard that it blurred everything outside the truck, making it look like he was standing under a waterfall. The closer we got, the stranger I felt. My stomach tightened a little, and I shifted in my seat. There was something wrong about how he was moving, like he was walking through thick mud, or like every step was an effort. He didn't look up once, didn't react to the noise of our truck or the roar of the storm. About 30 yards before we reached him, he stopped walking. He just froze in place, his arms still hanging limply by his sides, head still tipped forward. Dad didn't slow down anymore. He just kept driving at around 30 miles per hour. I couldn't take my eyes off the man. As we got within 10 yards, something in my chest started to pound hard and fast, like my body was telling me to brace for something bad. I watched as the yellow figure suddenly moved. Without any warning, he stepped sideways, right into the road, just as we were about to pass him. My breath caught in my throat. My dad swore under his breath and jerked the steering wheel just enough to swerve away, but not enough to lose control. The tires made a slick sliding sound against the wet road, and I felt the truck shift under us. The man was so close I could have reached out the window and touched him if it was open. I turned my head and watched as we passed. He was just standing there in the middle of the road, soaked in rain, the hood of his slicker still covering his face completely. My brother let out a loud gasp from the back seat. I looked at my dad. His jaw was clenched tight, eyes wide for a second before he turned back to the road. We kept driving. The truck tires splashed through puddles as we moved forward, the sound of hail hitting the roof still loud and constant. I twisted in my seat to look back through the rear window. The man didn't move for a moment. Then, as we watched, he slowly stepped back to the side of the road and continued walking in the same slow, dragging way as before, as if nothing had happened. I turned back around and stared out the front windshield, my heart still hammering against my ribs. None of us said anything for a long time. The rain was so thick it felt like we were driving through a never-ending waterfall. My dad kept his eyes straight ahead, the wipers squeaking loudly back and forth. My brother sat silently, probably thinking the same thing I was. What the hell was that guy doing? Who was he? Why would he step out into the road like that, right when we were about to pass him? We made it to the highway after another 10 minutes of silent driving. The rain eased off a bit by the time we reached town. The hail stopped completely, leaving only wet roads and steaming pavement as the sun tried to push through the clouds. We parked at the grocery store, and I sat there for a moment, staring at my reflection in the side window. My dad turned off the engine and sat still for a second before he let out a long breath, like he'd been holding it the whole drive. My brother didn't say a word. He just opened the door and climbed out. Inside the store, the lights felt too bright. Everything felt too normal. People were walking around with their carts, talking about recipes or the weather, and here we were, still shaking from what we just saw. I kept thinking about that yellow rain slicker, about how he moved, about how his hood covered his face so perfectly that it felt like there was no person inside at all. Just something wearing a person's clothes. But I knew there was someone under there. Someone who decided to step out into the road right as we passed. On the drive back home later that day, the rain had stopped. The road was covered in leaves and small broken branches from the storm. I kept looking out the window, searching for that yellow figure. I wanted to see him again, just to prove to myself that it really happened. But he was gone. There was no sign of him anywhere. The whole drive home, none of us spoke about it. We unloaded the groceries in silence, the smell of wet earth and grass hanging heavy in the air around us. That night, I lay in bed staring at the dark ceiling, listening to the distant rumble of thunder as the storm moved away. I thought about that man, about how strange and empty he looked. I wondered if he was just someone walking home from somewhere, caught in the storm, or if he was out there on purpose. I couldn't figure out why he stepped into the road like that. Was he trying to get hit? Was he trying to scare us? Or was he just lost in his own world, unaware of anything happening around him? I never saw him again after that day. But sometimes, when the rain comes down heavy and the road outside my house turns dark and slick, I think about him. I think about that yellow rain slicker and the way his hood covered his face, and I feel that same tight knot in my chest. I know he was real. I know what I saw. But I also know that whatever his reason was for stepping out into the road that day, it's something I'll probably never understand. And that somehow makes it even more unsettling. When I was 14, I spent most of my free time hanging out with the same group of friends. We went to the same school, played the same games, and we always looked forward to Halloween. That year, one of my buddies decided to have a Halloween bonfire at his place. He lived in a rural area about 20 minutes outside of town. His house was old but solid, built by his grandfather a long time ago, and it sat on a few acres of land surrounded by thick woods on 3 sides. The backyard was big and open, with a few old rusted pieces of farm equipment pushed out near the tree line, and a broken fence that used to keep horses in when his grandpa was alive. I remember feeling excited about the bonfire because his dad said we could all stay late into the night. We arrived around 6 in the evening, just before it got dark. His mom had made a big pot of chili, and there was candy and soda stacked up on a folding table near the back porch. There were about 10 of us, mostly guys from our grade, and a couple of his cousins from another town. His dad had built up a huge pile of wood in the middle of the yard for the fire. It was probably taller than me. By the time it was fully dark, he lit it, and the flame shot up so high that I could feel the heat burning my face even from 10 feet away. We all sat around on lawn chairs and logs, eating candy, telling dumb, scary stories, and trying to freak each other out. The fire cracked loudly every few minutes, sending up a rain of sparks into the cold night sky. The moon was out, but the smoke from the fire sometimes drifted upwards and covered it for a while, making everything feel darker and more isolated. I remember leaning back in my chair, looking at the stars, and thinking how far away we were from everyone else. If someone screamed out here, nobody would hear it unless they were right next to you. After a while, my stomach felt heavy from all the soda, so I decided to take a leak. There was an old bush near the broken part of the fence, maybe 15 yards away from where we were all sitting. It was far enough away to give me some privacy. I walked over, feeling the cold grass soaking through the bottom of my shoes. My hands were freezing, so I shoved them in my hoodie pocket as I walked. When I got there, I turned my back to the group and started peeing into the dirt near the base of the bush. The fire was behind me, so my eyes had to adjust to the darker area in front of me. As I was standing there, I noticed something out of the corner of my left eye. At first, I didn't think anything of it. It just looked like a darker patch in the line of trees about 50 yards away. I finished up and shook my head, thinking maybe it was just a tree stump or something. But as I zipped up, I noticed it again. It looked like a tall, dark shape moving slowly along the edge of the woods. I turned my head quickly and looked straight at the spot, but there was nothing there. Just the black shapes of tree trunks and a few patches of moonlight hitting the dry leaves on the ground. I shook my head again and took a step back, wiping my hands on my jeans. But before I turned around to walk back, I caught another glimpse of it in my peripheral vision. This time, it looked like a person pacing back and forth at the edge of the woods, just outside of where the light from the bonfire reached. I tried to focus on it directly, but it disappeared each time. Then I remembered something from science class about how your peripheral vision works better in the dark. So I turned my head slightly and looked just off to the side of where I thought the shape was. Sure enough, I could see it again. A tall figure moving slowly back and forth, like someone was pacing with their hands in their pockets, looking towards the bonfire. A cold shiver ran down my back. I suddenly felt exposed, standing there alone in the dark with my back to the woods. I quickly walked back to the group, trying not to run but feeling my heart hammering in my chest. When I got close enough to the fire to feel its heat again, I sat down hard on my chair, breathing a little heavier than normal. The other guys didn't notice at first. They were all laughing at something one of them had said. I kept looking back over my shoulder at the dark tree line, just to see if I could still catch a glimpse of the figure. After a few minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. I leaned forward and told them what I saw. At first, they thought I was trying to scare them, but I wasn't joking. I didn't even say it in a creepy way. I just told them there was someone out there watching us. My buddy's face went serious. He stood up and walked into his house without saying anything. A minute later, he came out with his dad, who was carrying a rifle. His dad was a big guy, worked on cars for a living, and always wore oil-stained jeans and old leather boots. He walked past us without a word, his boots crunching on the dry grass. We all sat there in silence, watching him walk towards the edge of the woods. He stopped right where I had seen the figure and raised his rifle a little, looking out into the trees. He stood there for a few minutes, turning slowly from side to side. Then he walked a little way into the trees, just far enough that we couldn't see him anymore. I remember the quiet of that moment, just the popping of the fire behind us and nothing else. No bugs, no wind, nothing. After what felt like forever, he came walking back out. His face was calm, and he lowered his rifle as he got closer. When he got back, he said there was nothing out there. No tracks, no broken branches, no sign that anyone had been walking around. My buddy shrugged and said it was probably just my eyes playing tricks on me. But the thing was, I wasn't the type to make up stuff like that, and I wasn't trying to scare anyone. The rest of the night went on like normal. We sat by the fire until it burned down low, and the grown-ups told us to pack up. I slept over at my friend's house, but I didn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark shape pacing back and forth at the edge of the woods, just far enough away that I couldn't see its face. The next morning, his dad walked out to the tree line again to look for tracks in the daylight. He didn't find anything, and everyone told me again that it must have just been the shadows playing tricks on my eyes. But I know what I saw. I know it wasn't just a shadow or an old tree stump. It moved like a person moves, shifting their weight from foot to foot, turning their head towards us over and over. And what creeps me out the most, even to this day, is the thought that someone was out there, standing in the darkness, watching a bunch of kids sitting around a fire, laughing and telling stories, completely unaware they were being watched. When I think about it now, as an adult, it still makes my skin crawl. Because if it really was a person out there, what were they doing, walking around in the middle of nowhere at night, so far away from any other house? There was no reason for them to be there unless they had followed us, or were waiting for someone, or planning something. And if it wasn't a person, then I don't know what it could have been. But I can still see that shadow pacing the woods every time I close my eyes and think about that night. Even after all these years, that memory still makes me feel small, like I'm just a kid sitting alone in the dark, being watched by something I can't quite see. That was the last Halloween bonfire I ever went to at his place. After that, I stuck to trick or treating in town with my other friends. I never told my parents about it. I didn't want them to think I was crazy. But I never forgot how it felt to stand there alone, in the quiet dark, knowing there was something out there moving just beyond the edge of the firelight, and knowing there was nothing I could do to stop it if it decided to step out from the trees and walk straight towards me. I woke up earlier than usual that day. The sun wasn't fully out yet, and everything had that bluish-gray light you only see at dawn. I wasn't even sure why I was awake so early. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, listening to the quietness of the house. It felt too quiet. Usually, by this time, I'd hear the hum of the fridge in the kitchen or cars outside on the road. But that morning it felt like the world was on pause. I decided to get up. I swung my legs off the bed and sat there for a minute, feeling the cold floor against my feet. I rubbed my eyes and looked around my room. Everything looked the same as it always did. The little pile of clothes in the corner, my shoes lined up near the door, the phone charger tangled on my nightstand. But something felt off, and I couldn't figure out what it was. I stood up and stretched my arms over my head. My body felt stiff, like I hadn't moved all night. I walked to the window and pulled the curtain aside just a bit. The sky was turning a light blue with streaks of orange near the horizon. The trees in my backyard were still. No breeze, no rustling of leaves, just quiet. I let the curtain fall back in place and turned around. I felt uneasy for some reason. There was this feeling in my chest like something was wrong, but I didn't know what it was. I shook my head, trying to brush it off. I walked out of my room and down the hallway. My house was small, just a two-bedroom place with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The hallway was short. I passed the second bedroom where I kept boxes of old things. The door was closed like it always was. I kept walking and reached the living room. I looked around. The couch still had the blanket I used last night when I fell asleep watching TV. The TV was off now, the black screen reflecting a bit of the dim light from the window. I went to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water. I drank it slowly, standing by the sink and looking out the window into my backyard again. Still nothing moved. I decided to go for a walk. Maybe fresh air would help me get rid of that weird feeling. I put on some track pants and a hoodie and slipped on my shoes. I grabbed my keys from the little bowl near the door and stepped outside. The air was cold but not freezing. It felt fresh in my lungs. I locked the door behind me and started walking down the street. There weren't any cars out yet, and no one was walking their dog like they usually did in the morning. I shoved my hands into my hoodie pockets and kept walking. After a few minutes, I reached the end of my street. There was a small trail that went through a wooded area and came out near the park. I walked towards it, thinking maybe I'd do a full loop and come back home in time for breakfast. As I stepped onto the trail, I noticed how quiet it was. Usually, I'd hear birds chirping or the sound of squirrels rustling in the bushes, but that morning there was nothing, just my footsteps on the dirt path. I kept walking, looking around at the trees. The sun was starting to rise properly now, and beams of light were cutting through the branches, making long shadows on the ground. I walked for about 10 minutes before I heard something behind me. It sounded like footsteps, but when I turned around, there was no one there. I frowned and looked down the path, squinting my eyes to see through the shadows. Nothing. I shook my head and kept walking. After a few more steps, I heard it again. The same faint sound of footsteps, crunching lightly on the dirt and leaves. I stopped and turned around quickly. Again, nothing. My heart was starting to beat a little faster now. I looked around at the trees, trying to see if maybe an animal was walking nearby, but there was nothing moving at all. I took a deep breath and told myself I was being paranoid. I turned back around and kept walking, trying to ignore it. But then I heard it again, and this time it was louder, closer. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned around fast. My eyes scanned the trail behind me. The trees looked darker on that side because the sun was coming from the opposite direction. My eyes darted left and right, searching for any movement. That's when I saw it. Just for a split second, I saw a shadow move between two trees. It wasn't an animal. It was tall, human-shaped, but I couldn't see any details because it moved too fast. My heart started pounding in my chest, and I felt this wave of cold wash over me. I stood there staring at the spot where I saw it move. My ears were straining to hear any sounds, but there was nothing. I felt my hands start to sweat inside my hoodie pockets. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to turn around and run back home, but another part of me thought maybe it was just another person out for a morning walk, maybe taking a different path through the trees. I stood there for a few more seconds, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. Finally, I decided to keep walking but pick up my pace. I didn't want to look like I was running from something in case it really was just another person. I walked faster, my eyes darting left and right, looking through the trees for any movement. Every few steps, I'd hear the footsteps again, always behind me, always just far enough that I couldn't see who it was. My breathing was getting quicker, and I felt my chest getting tight. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but there was never anyone there. After what felt like forever, I finally saw the end of the trail up ahead. It opened up into the park, and the sun was shining bright now, lighting everything up. I felt a bit of relief seeing the open space ahead. I stepped out of the trail and into the park. I turned around and looked back at the trail entrance. Nothing came out after me. I stood there for a while, staring at the dark path between the trees, waiting to see if someone would come out, but no one did. I felt my heart slowly calm down a bit. I turned back around and started walking through the park. There were a few people now, walking their dogs or jogging. Seeing them made me feel better. The normal sounds of the morning were back, birds chirping, dogs barking in the distance, leaves rustling in the breeze. I walked to a bench and sat down, trying to calm myself. I sat there for a long time, just watching people pass by, listening to the sounds around me. Eventually, I felt calm enough to start walking back home. I stood up and stretched my legs a bit before heading back. This time, I took the sidewalk along the road instead of the trail. I didn't want to go back into those trees again. When I got home, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The house felt warm compared to the cool air outside. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it for a moment, taking a deep breath. I kicked off my shoes and walked into the kitchen. I poured myself another glass of water and drank it slowly. I still felt that uneasy feeling in my chest, but it was better now that I was home. The rest of the day went by slowly. I couldn't stop thinking about what happened on the trail. I kept going over it in my head, trying to think of any logical explanation. Maybe it was just another person walking a different path. Maybe I was imagining it because of how quiet it was that morning. Maybe the shadows were playing tricks on me. But no matter how many times I told myself that, I still couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being followed. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every little sound in the house made me jump. The creak of the wood as it cooled down, the soft hum of the fridge, even the ticking of the clock on the wall felt too loud. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, thinking about those footsteps. I kept imagining what I would have done if whoever was following me had actually come out onto the path. I wondered what their face would have looked like, if they would have smiled, if they would have said anything, or if they would have just kept following me in silence. I think the worst part was not knowing who it was, what they wanted, or why they were there so early in the morning. Not knowing if it was just a harmless person taking a walk, or someone who meant to do me harm. That not knowing was what kept me up most of the night. I kept thinking about how easily they could have caught up to me if they wanted to, how alone I was on that trail, how no one would have heard me if I screamed. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted. My eyes felt heavy, and my head hurt from lack of sleep. I decided I wouldn't go walking on that trail again for a while. I stayed home that morning, sitting by the window and drinking my coffee, looking out at my quiet street. I watched the cars drive by, people walking their dogs, kids riding their bikes. Everything looked normal, but inside I still felt that tightness in my chest, that feeling of unease that hadn't left since yesterday. Days went by, and slowly, that feeling started to fade. I started sleeping better, and the memory of that morning felt more like a bad dream than something that actually happened. But every now and then, When I'm walking alone or sitting by myself in the quiet, I hear footsteps behind me that aren't really there. I turn around, and there's nothing, but my heart still skips a beat every time. Even now, when I think back to that morning, I can still hear those footsteps behind me, quiet but steady, always just out of sight. And every time I hear them in my mind, I remember the shadow I saw moving between the trees, and I wonder who it was, what they wanted, and why they never showed their face. That day changed the way I see quiet mornings. Now, when I wake up early and the world is silent, instead of feeling calm, I feel tense. I listen carefully for any sounds, any footsteps, any hint that someone might be there. I still go for walks sometimes, but I stay away from that trail. I stick to sidewalks and streets where there are houses and cars and people. I don't go into wooded areas alone anymore. I know it sounds paranoid, but that feeling of being followed, of hearing footsteps that shouldn't be there, it stays with you. It changes you in ways you don't expect. And even though nothing happened that morning, even though I made it home safe and sound, I still feel like I left a piece of myself back on that trail, standing in the shadows, listening to footsteps that didn't belong to me. I had always liked driving alone at night. There was something calming about empty roads and streetlights passing over my windshield like silent ghosts. But one night, about a year ago, that calm turned into something that still sticks in my mind like a thorn. I was driving back from my uncle's place. He lived in a small village about 3 hours from my city. I had left his house late because we lost track of time talking. By the time I was leaving, it was nearly midnight. The route back was mostly a single road with open fields on both sides and patches of woods that came right up to the road in some places. I wasn't worried though. My car was running well, the tank was full, and I liked driving alone with my thoughts. About an hour into the drive, I noticed the temperature outside had dropped. I could see my breath inside the car, even with the heater on. I found that odd because it was mid-April and the day had been warm. I turned the heater up a little more and kept going. The roads were empty. No other cars were around, no trucks, nothing. Just my headlights cutting through the darkness and the reflectors on the side of the road flashing every few seconds as I passed them. At one point, I saw something on the side of the road ahead. It looked like a pile of clothes at first, but as I got closer, I realized it was a person sitting on the gravel shoulder, facing away from the road. They didn't move as my headlights hit them. They were sitting almost perfectly still with their knees up to their chest. I slowed down a bit as I passed, looking in my rearview mirror to see if they would turn or move, but they didn't. I kept driving, feeling a strange discomfort settle in my chest. About 15 minutes later, I saw another person on the side of the road. This time it was a man standing, facing the woods with his hands hanging by his sides. He was wearing a white shirt and dark pants. Again, he didn't move, just stood there like he was waiting for something in the woods. I felt my skin crawl. It was too late at night for someone to be out there alone, and now twice I had seen people like that. I kept driving. The heater was on full blast, but my fingers still felt numb on the steering wheel. The next 30 minutes were uneventful. I tried to convince myself I was just tired, that these were people who lived nearby or travelers who had broken down. But in the back of my mind, something felt wrong. Then I saw headlights far ahead. I felt a little relief knowing there was another car on the road finally. As I got closer, I realized it was a car parked on the shoulder with its hazard lights on. I slowed down as I approached it. There was a woman standing beside the car, waving her arms slowly, as if trying to get someone's attention. As my headlights illuminated her face, I saw her eyes were wide and unfocused. Her mouth was slightly open. She didn't look scared or angry, just empty. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down past her car. I felt a deep instinct inside telling me to keep going. So I did. I drove for another hour with no sign of life. No houses, no people, not even another car. My phone had no service, so I couldn't even call someone just to distract myself. The fuel gauge was down to half, and I started to think about how I should have refueled back at my uncle's town before leaving. Then, in the middle of the road far ahead, I saw a deer. It was standing sideways, head down like it was grazing, but it wasn't moving at all. I slowed down as I approached, fully expecting it to look up and bolt into the trees like deer always do. But it didn't move. Its body was frozen in that grazing position. I stopped my car a few meters away and flashed my headlights, but nothing happened. I honked. No movement. Finally, I decided to go around it. As I passed, I looked at its face. Its eyes were open but lifeless. Its tongue was hanging out a bit. It was dead, but standing perfectly still. I don't know how to explain it. My chest tightened as I drove away, looking in the rearview mirror at that dead animal standing there like it had been placed on the road as a warning. By then, my mind was racing. I felt like I was driving through some place that didn't belong to the world I knew. The woods on both sides of the road felt darker than they should have. The sky above was clear, stars shining, but everything below felt heavy and wrong. I felt like I shouldn't be there. After another 30 minutes, I saw movement up ahead again. My stomach sank. As I got closer, I saw it was a person walking on the shoulder in the same direction I was driving. They had a limp in their step, dragging one leg slightly. As I passed them, I saw the back of their head was covered in dried blood, hair matted together. I didn't look back. I pressed my foot down harder on the accelerator and focused on the road. The heater was blowing full heat, but the car still felt freezing cold. I could feel sweat under my armpits and on my forehead. My heart was beating so hard I felt it in my ears. I just wanted to get home. I kept checking the time on my dashboard, watching the minutes pass so slowly. Finally, I saw a road sign that said my city was only 30 kilometers away. Relief started to build up in my chest. I felt like I could breathe again. I started to relax my grip on the steering wheel. But just as quickly, that relief disappeared. Up ahead, the road split around a small wooded median. There was a figure standing right in the center of the split, facing me head-on. As my headlights hit it, I saw it was a man wearing an old police uniform. His hat was missing, and his face was pale, almost gray. He held his hand out, palm towards me like he was telling me to stop. I slammed on my brakes, the car skidding a bit before coming to a full stop about 10 meters away from him. He didn't move, just kept his hand up. I sat there gripping the wheel, my breath shaking in my chest. I didn't know what to do. The road was empty. The woods were silent. This man just stood there with his hand out. I flicked my headlights at him, but he didn't react. I honked, but nothing. Finally, I decided to go around him. I slowly pulled my car to the left side of the split road and started driving past. As I passed him, I looked out the window. His eyes were open wide, but there was no life in them. His mouth hung slightly open. He looked dead. I pressed the accelerator and didn't look back. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel, my chest felt tight, and I felt tears starting to prick my eyes. I just wanted to get home. The rest of the drive felt endless. Every shadow on the side of the road looked like someone standing there. Every tree looked like a person frozen in place. I kept my eyes forward and didn't stop for anything. Finally, I reached the city limits. The first streetlights of town felt like the sun coming up after a long, dark night. I drove straight home without stopping anywhere. When I pulled into my driveway, I sat in my car for a long time. My hands were still shaking. My body felt cold and heavy. I finally forced myself to get out, locked the car, and went inside. My apartment felt warm and safe. I locked the door behind me, turned on all the lights, and just stood there for a while, staring at the walls and listening to the silence. My phone signal came back, showing a bunch of notifications from friends. I ignored them. I went to the bathroom and splashed water on my face. My eyes were bloodshot, and I looked pale. That night, I couldn't sleep properly. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that deer standing on the road, that police officer's dead eyes, the woman with her empty stare. I kept hearing the silence of that long, dark road in my ears. The next morning, I thought about reporting what I saw. But what would I say? That there were dead people standing on the side of the road in the middle of the night. They would think I was drunk or hallucinating. I knew what I saw. I wasn't sleepy. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't high. I saw what I saw. After that night, I never took that road again. Even if it meant adding an extra hour to my drive, I always chose the highway now. Every time I think about that drive, a chill runs down my spine. I don't know what I drove through that night. I don't know why those people were standing there like that. I don't know why the deer was dead, but standing upright. I don't want to know. All I know is that the world is big, and there are places in it that aren't meant for us. Roads we shouldn't take, no matter how calm and empty they seem. Because some nights, you drive through a place that isn't yours. A place where the dead still stand, where silence is louder than screams, and where your headlights show you things that were never meant to be seen. I never want to see that road again. I never want to feel that cold that no heater can fight. I never want to see those lifeless eyes staring at me from the side of the road. That night reminded me that sometimes, when you're alone on a dark, empty road, you're not really alone. And whatever is out there, it doesn't want your help. It just wants you to see it, to remember it, and to know that it's waiting for you every time you drive into the dark. I woke up before the sun came up. My phone's alarm buzzed on the wooden nightstand next to my bed. I reached over to shut it off and lay there for a few seconds, staring at the ceiling. My chest felt heavy, like the air wasn't enough to fill my lungs. I didn't want to get up, but I had to. Today was the day I had to drive out to the old property and check on the fencing along the backwoods. It had been years since anyone really walked those parts of the land. The last time I was there was when I was a kid, and even then, I hated it. The woods always felt too quiet and too dark, even in the middle of the day. I swung my legs off the side of the bed and sat there for a minute, feeling the cold wooden floor under my feet. I rubbed my eyes and yawned, grabbed a worn pair of jeans from the chair, and pulled them on. I layered a thermal shirt under my hoodie and stepped into my boots. They were still muddy from last week's work in the yard. I grabbed my keys, phone, and a thermos of coffee I'd filled last night before bed, so I could just grab it and go. Outside, the morning was gray and silent. The sky looked like it couldn't decide if it wanted to rain or clear up. I got into my old truck and started the engine, letting it rumble to life before pulling out of the driveway. As I drove through town, the streets were mostly empty except for a few delivery trucks and people on their way to early shifts. I didn't bother turning on the radio. I liked the quiet even if it felt heavy today. It took almost an hour to get out there. The roads changed from paved to cracked to gravel, and then I turned off onto a narrow dirt road that cut through the tall trees and led up to the property gate. I got out, unlocked the rusted chain, and pushed the metal gate open. It creaked loud enough to echo through the trees. I drove in and parked near the old shed, leaving the gate open since I wasn't planning to stay long. I stood there for a minute next to my truck, sipping cold coffee from the thermos. The place looked the same as I remembered it. The shed was still leaning to the left, its roof caved in on one side. The grass had grown up high around the fence lines and the trees. There was a path that led down along the fence towards the backwoods. That was where I needed to go. I didn't want to. My stomach felt twisted up just thinking about it, but I forced myself to start walking. My boots crushed the dead grass as I made my way down the slope. The air was cool but heavy with moisture. I could hear birds in the trees, but it wasn't cheerful. It sounded more like they were warning each other about me. The ground was uneven and soft from all the rain the past week. I almost slipped a few times but kept my balance. The fence along the side was still standing, the old wooden posts leaning, but holding the metal wire in place. I stopped a few times to pull weeds off the wire. After about 30 minutes of walking, I reached the bottom where the woods started. The trees here were tall and thick with undergrowth between them. The fence turned and followed along the tree line. I could see that part of it had fallen over where a tree had come down, crushing the wire under its trunk. I sighed and rubbed my face, annoyed because I knew it meant I'd have to come back later with tools and cut the tree away. I stepped over the fallen wire and climbed up onto the trunk to check if the fence on the other side was still standing. As I did, I felt the softwood under my boot shift a little. It crumbled away on the edge, and I quickly stepped back down before it gave out. The ground was covered in wet leaves, and it smelled like rot and damp wood. I started walking along the fence, keeping my hand on the top wire to guide myself. As I walked deeper into the woods, the sounds from outside faded. The birds didn't follow me in here. The air felt colder, and I could hear the sound of dripping water somewhere far off. The trees grew close together, and I had to duck under low branches and push aside young saplings to keep following the fence. My hoodie got caught on a thorn bush, ripping a small hole in the sleeve. I cursed under my breath and kept moving. After what felt like an hour of walking, I stopped to take a drink from my thermos. I leaned against one of the bigger trees and caught my breath. My shoulders ached from pushing through all the brush, and my boots were caked with mud and dead leaves. I checked the time on my phone. It was just past 9 a.m. I told myself I could finish this side and get back to the truck by noon if I kept moving. I set off again, keeping my eyes on the fence and the ground in front of me. That was when I noticed something strange. There were boot prints in the mud. They weren't mine. They were old, partly washed away by rain, but I could see the tread marks clearly. They were heading in the same direction I was going, right along the fence line. I stopped and just stared at them for a moment, feeling that tight feeling in my chest again. No one was supposed to be out here. This was private land. I didn't like the idea of someone walking around out here without me knowing. I kept walking, following the prints. They stayed along the fence for a while and then veered off into the trees. I hesitated, staring at where they disappeared between two thick trunks. I didn't want to follow them. I really didn't. But my body just started moving, like my legs weren't listening to my brain anymore. I stepped over the fence and into the trees. The ground sloped down here, and I had to be careful not to slip. The prints were harder to see, but I kept catching parts of them in patches of mud and wet leaves. I followed them down into a small hollow where the ground flattened out. There was a cluster of fallen trees here, half rotted and covered in moss. The prints led straight through them. I climbed over one of the trunks, my boots sinking into the soft wood. The smell of rot was so strong it made my stomach twist again. When I got to the middle of the hollow, I stopped. The prints just ended there. There was no sign of them going anywhere else. It didn't make sense. There were no broken branches or disturbed leaves beyond that point. It was like whoever it was just stopped and disappeared. I felt a wave of panic roll over me. My mouth felt dry, and my hands were shaking a little. I turned around quickly and started making my way back up towards the fence. My heart was pounding in my ears, and my breaths felt shallow and sharp. Every sound around me felt louder: the dripping water, the rustling leaves, the creaking trees. I kept looking behind me as I walked, feeling like I was being watched. I couldn't see anyone, but it felt like eyes were following me through the trees. My legs felt weak, but I forced myself to keep moving. When I finally got back to the fence, I grabbed onto it like it was the only thing keeping me upright. I stood there for a few seconds, trying to calm my breathing. I told myself I was just being stupid, that the prints were probably old, maybe from years ago. But something deep in my chest didn't believe that. I climbed back over the fence and started heading back the way I came. I walked as fast as I could without tripping over the roots and rocks hidden under the leaves. Every now and then I would hear a cracking sound behind me, like someone stepping on a stick, and I would freeze. But when I turned around, there was nothing there. Just trees and shadows. I kept going, feeling like my entire body was on fire from the inside with fear. When I finally saw the edge of the woods and the field beyond, I almost started crying. I pushed through the last line of trees and stepped out into the grass, breathing hard. The air felt warmer out here, and I could hear the birds again. I turned around and looked back at the woods. They just stood there, silent and dark, like they hadn't just swallowed me whole for the past few hours. I walked back up the path towards my truck, not bothering to check the fence anymore. I just wanted to leave. My boots felt heavy, and my legs felt like they were shaking with every step. When I got to the truck, I climbed in and shut the door, locking it immediately. I sat there for a few minutes, gripping the steering wheel and staring at the trees in front of me. My hands were shaking so bad I could hear the keys rattling against each other. I finally started the engine and drove out, leaving the gate open behind me. As I drove down the dirt road, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the middle of the road watching me leave. But there was nothing, just the empty road and the trees closing in on it. When I got back home, I sat in my truck in the driveway for a while before going inside. I couldn't stop thinking about those prints, about how they just stopped in the middle of the woods with no sign of where they went. I kept thinking about that feeling I had, like someone was standing just behind me, close enough to touch me, but not making a sound. I told myself I was done with that place. I wasn't going back there alone ever again. That night, as I lay in bed trying to sleep, I kept hearing sounds outside my window. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, faint footsteps on the gravel. Every time I sat up to look out, there was nothing there, just darkness. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever made those prints in the woods didn't just disappear. They were still out there, watching, waiting, and now they knew I was there too. I didn't sleep that night, and in the morning, when the sun came up and the sounds finally stopped, I told myself again that I wasn't going back there alone. But deep down, I knew it didn't matter. Because if someone really was out there in those woods, and if they really were watching me, it didn't matter if I went back or not. They could come find me anytime they wanted. I was sitting in my small room, trying to focus on studying for my upcoming exam. It was a warm evening, and the fan was humming softly above me. I had been inside all day, staring at books and my laptop screen. My eyes were starting to ache, and I could feel my focus slipping away. I decided I needed a break, so I stood up, stretched my arms over my head, and let out a long sigh. Looking outside my window, I noticed the sun was setting, turning the sky orange and pink. I thought maybe going for a short walk would clear my mind before coming back to finish my notes. I grabbed my phone and slid it into my pocket, not bothering with my wallet since I wasn't going far. I stepped out, locking the gate behind me. The street was quiet. A few cars passed by here and there, and I could hear kids playing cricket somewhere down the lane. I started walking down the road, feeling the evening breeze on my face. It felt nice after spending so long cooped up in my room. I walked aimlessly, turning corners without thinking. I ended up near a narrow path that led behind the small shops lined along the main road. It wasn't a proper road, just a wide dirt path with patches of grass on the sides, and it eventually connected to the back of an empty construction site. I had walked here a few times before, usually during the day when I went out to get some air or when I wanted to be alone. It wasn't far from home, maybe a 10-minute walk at most. I decided to walk down that path, just to stretch my legs. As I entered the narrow stretch, I noticed how quiet it was. The sounds of the traffic faded away, and I could only hear my own footsteps crunching over the dry dirt. There were broken bricks scattered along the side, some plastic wrappers, an old tire lying half buried in the grass, and cigarette butts here and there. The path curved slightly to the left, and then opened up behind the shops, where the abandoned construction site began. The site had been left incomplete for years. There were metal rods sticking out of half-finished concrete columns, piles of gravel, and rusting sheets of corrugated metal leaning against the walls. Weeds had grown tall around the edges, and someone had dumped broken furniture near the back wall. I never really felt scared here before. It was just empty and quiet, and that usually felt peaceful to me. I walked further in, stepping over a plank of wood that was lying in the way. The sun was almost down now, leaving only a dull gray light that made everything look flat and colorless. I could hear insects starting to chirp from the grassy patches around the site. I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was past 7 p.m. I thought I should head back soon before it got completely dark. As I turned around to leave, I noticed something strange near one of the columns. At first, I couldn't tell what it was. It looked like a bundle of dark fabric, like a small black bag or a blanket someone had thrown away. I squinted, trying to see it clearly. The light was fading quickly, and I could barely make out the shape. I stood still, staring at it for a few seconds, feeling a weird tightness in my chest. For some reason, I felt uneasy just looking at it. I forced myself to look away and started walking back down the path. As I was walking, I suddenly heard a faint rustling sound behind me. I stopped instantly. My whole body froze. I didn't want to turn around, but I couldn't stop myself. I turned slowly to look back at the site. There was nothing there, just the same quiet emptiness, with the bundle of fabric still lying near the column. I felt stupid for getting scared, so I shook my head and continued walking. But as I reached the curve of the path, I heard the rustling sound again. This time it was louder, like something scraping against gravel. I stopped again and turned around quickly. That's when I noticed the bundle of fabric wasn't in the same spot anymore. It was closer to where I had been standing earlier. My heart started to race, and I felt sweat gathering on the back of my neck despite the evening breeze. I tried to convince myself that maybe it was just an animal or something blowing in the wind, but there was no wind. The air felt still and heavy around me. I turned back around and walked faster, trying not to break into a run. I could hear my own breathing getting louder in my ears. I kept telling myself not to panic, that I was imagining things. Then I heard it again, this time right behind me, a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across gravel and dirt. I didn't stop to look back. I started running down the path as fast as I could. My feet pounded against the ground, and small stones flew out from under my shoes. I felt like I couldn't breathe properly, my chest tightening with every step. When I reached the end of the path and stepped onto the main road, I stopped running and bent over, putting my hands on my knees, gasping for air. Cars were passing by, lights flickering across my face. People were walking on the other side of the road, unaware of anything happening. I stood there for a while, trying to calm my breathing, feeling my heart hammering in my chest. I forced myself to look back down the path. From where I stood, I could only see darkness beyond the first few meters. Nothing moved. Everything looked still and silent. I felt stupid again, thinking maybe I was just tired and my mind was playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the fear I felt deep inside my chest. I turned away and started walking home, forcing myself not to look back again. The streets were darker now, streetlights flickering on, casting yellow circles on the road. I walked quickly, feeling the urge to get home as soon as possible. When I reached my house, I unlocked the gate with shaking hands and went inside. I closed the door behind me and locked it, leaning my back against it as I tried to slow my breathing. I went straight to my room and sat down on my bed, staring at the floor. My mind was racing with thoughts. I didn't know what I saw or what I heard. I kept trying to replay it in my head to make sense of it, but every time I did, I felt that same cold fear run down my spine. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. I didn't see the point. It wasn't like I saw a person or an animal clearly. It was just a black shape, a bundle of fabric that somehow moved closer when I wasn't looking. I didn't know how to explain that without sounding crazy. That night, I couldn't sleep properly. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark shape in my mind, sitting there silently waiting. I kept waking up, listening for any sounds outside my window. The fan's hum felt too quiet, and the shadows on my ceiling looked too dark. The next day, I avoided going out. I stayed inside, keeping my curtains closed. I tried to focus on studying again, but my mind kept drifting back to the site. I kept thinking about it all day. By evening, I felt restless, like my chest was filled with something heavy that wouldn't go away. I thought maybe if I went back there in daylight and saw that it was just garbage lying there, I would feel better. So, around noon the next day, I put on my shoes and walked down the road again. The sun was high, and the streets were warm with bright light. There were people everywhere, shopkeepers setting up displays, motorbikes weaving through traffic, kids running down the footpaths. Everything felt normal. When I reached the narrow path, I felt my stomach tighten, but I forced myself to walk in. The dirt path looked so different in daylight. I could see every small stone, every weed growing along the edge. As I walked towards the construction site, I scanned the area for the bundle of fabric. When I finally reached the spot near the column, my heart dropped. There was nothing there. The ground was bare, except for some old plastic wrappers and broken bricks. I looked around everywhere, walking across the entire site slowly. There was no black bundle, no blanket, no bag. Nothing. I stood there under the bright sun, feeling a cold chill run down my back despite the heat. I kept looking around, scanning the ground over and over. But there was nothing there. I felt like my legs were shaking under me. I walked out of the site and down the path, feeling the world spin slightly around me. I walked back home, feeling more confused and scared than before. After that day, I never went down that path again, not even during daylight. I started taking longer routes to reach the shops, avoiding even looking down the narrow stretch when I walked past it on the main road. Sometimes, when I was lying in bed at night, I would think about it again. I would remember the sound of something dragging across the gravel behind me, and my chest would tighten so hard I felt like I couldn't breathe. I don't know what I saw or what I heard that evening. Maybe it was just garbage, and the sound was from an animal I didn't see. Maybe I was too tired, and my mind imagined it all. But deep down, I know what I felt. I know that feeling of cold fear, the feeling that something was right behind me, following me, dragging itself closer each time I turned away. I never found out what it really was. I don't think I ever want to know. All I know is that since that day, whenever I walk alone in quiet places, I feel my heart beat faster, and I keep looking back, just to make sure nothing is following me again. I was walking home from work late that evening. I normally tried to leave the office by 5 or 6, but today my boss gave me extra files to finish, and I didn't want them piling up for tomorrow. By the time I packed up my bag and walked out of the building, it was already dark. The air felt heavy and humid, sticking to my skin as I walked down the sidewalk toward the bus stop. The street was emptier than usual. There were a few cars passing by, their headlights bright against the black road, but otherwise it felt quiet. The bus stop had a flickering yellow light above the bench. It made me feel uneasy, the way it blinked off for a few seconds before lighting back up again. I checked my phone to see how long until the next bus. 17 minutes. I sighed and sat down on the cold metal bench. My back felt tense from sitting at my desk all day, and the humidity made everything feel uncomfortable. I kept glancing around out of habit. There was a small grocery store across the street, already closed for the night. Its windows were covered with metal grates. Next to it was a dark alley, which I never liked looking at. Tonight it felt darker than usual. I could see the faint outline of a dumpster near the entrance of the alley. The flickering bus stop light barely reached it, but I could still make out the shape. I tried not to stare at it, but my eyes kept drifting back. Something felt off. I couldn't say what exactly. I told myself it was just my imagination. I looked down at my phone again, scrolling through old messages, checking notifications that didn't matter. Anything to keep myself distracted. Every time the light above me flickered off, I felt my heart beat faster. When it came back on, I would scan around quickly, making sure no one was standing nearby. After about 5 minutes, I heard a loud thud come from the alley. It wasn't like a metal clang or something dropping. It was more like a solid, heavy sound, like a sack of potatoes hitting the ground. My body went cold. I tried to tell myself it was probably a stray cat knocking something over. There were always cats around that alley. Still, I couldn't ignore the way my chest tightened. I stayed seated, trying not to look directly into the alley. I could feel my breathing getting shallow, like I couldn't get enough air. Then I heard shuffling. Slow, dragging shuffles, like feet sliding along concrete. I couldn't see anything yet. The light didn't reach far enough into the alley, and everything beyond that was pitch black. I felt my hands get sweaty as I gripped my phone tighter. I turned down the brightness on my screen so it wouldn't light up my face. I didn't want anyone to see me clearly sitting there alone. The shuffling got closer to the edge of the alley. My eyes were locked onto the dark space, waiting to see something emerge. Finally, I saw a shadow move along the ground. The shape was too large to be a cat or dog. It was a person. I swallowed hard, feeling my throat tighten. I stayed completely still, hoping they would turn and walk away. But then the shadow stepped forward into the faint glow of the flickering bus stop light. It was a man. He looked rough, like he hadn't showered in days. His clothes were dirty and loose, hanging off his thin frame. His hair was messy, sticking out in clumps. I couldn't see his eyes clearly from where I sat, but I could tell he was looking in my direction. He didn't move for a moment, just stood there at the mouth of the alley. My chest felt like it was being squeezed. The flickering light went out again for a few seconds, and when it came back on, he had taken a step closer to the bus stop. I tried to keep my breathing calm. My heart was beating so fast I felt it in my ears. I wanted to get up and walk away, but I didn't know where to go. The road was empty. The shops were all closed. My bus would be here in 10 minutes. If I walked away, I'd be alone on the dark street, and he might follow me anyway. The light flickered off again, and I felt a wave of fear crash through my body. When it flickered back on, he was even closer. He was standing just a few feet away from the bench now. I could see his face clearly. His eyes were sunken, and his skin looked pale and dirty. His lips were dry and cracked. He had a long scar running down from the side of his eye to his jaw. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring at me. My body felt frozen. I didn't know what to do. I looked down at my phone, pretending to read something, hoping he would leave if I ignored him. I felt him shift slightly, like he was stepping even closer. I could hear his breathing now, ragged and uneven. The smell that came with it was strong, like sweat and dirt mixed together. I felt trapped. The bus still said 8 minutes away. It felt like hours. I told myself that as long as he didn't move closer, I would stay where I was. But then I saw his hand twitch. He reached into his pocket slowly, and my stomach dropped. I didn't know if he had a weapon or something else. I felt tears start to build up in my eyes, but I forced them back down. I needed to think clearly. He pulled out something small. It was hard to see in the dim light, but it looked like a small folded piece of paper or cloth. He held it tightly in his fist. He just stood there, staring at me, holding that thing in his hand. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I could hear my blood rushing in my ears. The light flickered off again, and I felt pure panic run through my body. When it flickered back on, he had taken another step closer. He was standing right in front of me now, only about a foot away from my knees. I stayed frozen. My hands were trembling as I held my phone in my lap. He bent down slightly, leaning his face closer to mine. I could see the dark circles under his eyes, the dried flakes on his lips. He stayed there for a moment, breathing heavily, before he slowly placed the folded thing he was holding down on the bench next to me. Then he stood back up and stepped away. My whole body was shaking. I didn't move, didn't pick up whatever he had left. He turned and started walking back toward the alley, dragging his feet as he went. The flickering light made his shadow stretch long across the sidewalk as he disappeared into the darkness of the alley again. I felt my chest loosen a little when he was out of sight, but my hands were still shaking uncontrollably. I looked at the folded thing next to me on the bench. I didn't want to touch it, but I needed to know what it was. Carefully, I reached out and picked it up with my fingertips. It was a small folded napkin. Inside was a used bloodstained tissue. My stomach turned, and I felt bile rise in my throat. I dropped it on the ground instantly. My head felt light, and I took a deep breath to keep myself from throwing up right there. The bus finally arrived 5 minutes later. When the headlights lit up the bench in the alley, I felt a wave of relief. I stood up quickly and got on the bus without looking back. As I sat down in a seat near the middle, I looked out the window at the alley, half expecting to see him standing there again. But it was empty. The bus ride home felt like it took forever. My hands were still trembling, and my chest felt tight the whole way. I kept replaying his face in my mind, the scar, his sunken eyes, the smell of him. I felt sick thinking about the blood-stained tissue he left behind. I didn't know what it meant or why he gave it to me. Maybe he was trying to scare me, or maybe it meant nothing to him. Either way, I felt shaken to my core. When I finally got home, I locked the door and checked all the windows to make sure they were shut tight. I took a long hot shower, trying to wash the feeling of his presence off my skin. But even as the steam filled the bathroom and the hot water ran down my back, I couldn't shake the fear sitting heavy in my chest. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing in front of me, breathing heavily, holding that stained napkin. I kept imagining him standing outside my apartment, waiting in the shadows. I got up 3 times to check the front door, making sure it was locked. Each time I looked through the peephole, my heart beat so fast I thought I would pass out. Days passed, but the feeling didn't leave me. I started leaving work earlier, making sure I caught the bus before it got dark. I stopped going to that bus stop altogether, choosing to walk an extra 15 minutes to a different one on a busier street. I didn't want to sit under that flickering light again, staring at the dark mouth of that alley, wondering who would come out of it next time. Every time I walk home now, I keep my eyes moving, scanning the sidewalks, the alleys, the doorways. I keep my keys in my hand, ready to use if I need to. I carry a small bottle of pepper spray in my pocket. I know I can't let my guard down again. That night taught me something about how quickly safety can disappear. 1 minute I was just waiting for my bus like any other day, and the next I was frozen with fear, staring into the eyes of a stranger who left me with nothing but questions and a deep, lingering feeling of unease. I never saw him again. I don't know who he was, what he wanted, or why he left that napkin with me. But now, every time I see someone standing alone in the shadows, I wonder if they're looking for their next person to scare, or worse. I wonder if one day, someone like him won't just leave something behind, but will decide to take something instead. That thought keeps me awake at night. It makes me check the locks twice, 3 times before I can let myself sleep. It makes me scan every dark corner when I walk alone. Because now I know that some people don't need a reason to scare you. They just want to see what you'll do when you're too frozen to move, too scared to even scream. And that is what I think about every time I see a flickering light on a quiet street at night. I woke up before sunrise that day. My eyes felt heavy, but I forced myself out of bed. My body felt stiff, like I hadn't slept at all, but I pushed through it because I had planned to go for a long walk into the hills behind my neighborhood. I had always seen those hills from my kitchen window every morning while making tea. The view was calm and quiet. Trees scattered around the slopes, small bushes here and there, patches of yellow grass among green. It always looked so peaceful. For months I kept thinking I would go up there one day and just walk for hours, just to feel away from everyone for a while. Away from cars, away from people, away from the constant noise in my head that seemed to never stop these days. That morning I took a quick shower, put on my black track pants and an old hoodie. It was cold but not freezing, just the kind of cold that made your nose sting a little. I made a sandwich and packed it in a small bag along with a water bottle. I didn't take my phone with me because I didn't want distractions. I locked the door behind me and started walking down the street. The sun hadn't come up yet, but the sky had turned light gray with a thin line of pink near the horizon. The streetlights were still on. The air felt fresh and sharp, filling my lungs fully with each breath. I reached the start of the hills within 20 minutes. The entrance was just a small dirt path between two stone fences. There was a faded wooden board on the side with nothing written on it anymore. I stepped through and started my climb up the slope. As I walked up, the grass brushed against my shoes, leaving small streaks of dew on them. I kept walking higher and higher, stopping only once to drink some water. The sun had risen by then, lighting everything in gold. The trees cast long shadows over the path, and I could hear birds calling from deep within the branches. I saw a few rabbits dart away when they noticed me coming closer. Their small feet thudded lightly on the dirt before they disappeared into bushes. I kept walking, feeling peaceful and clear-headed for the first time in many days. After about 2 hours, I reached a flat part of the hill where the trees were sparse. There was a large patch of flat, dry ground with some rocks scattered around. I sat down on a rock and pulled out my sandwich. The bread was slightly crushed, but I didn't care. I ate slowly, feeling the breeze across my face. I closed my eyes for a few minutes, just listening to the rustling of leaves. When I opened my eyes again, I saw that the sky had become bright blue, almost too bright to look at directly. I finished my sandwich and packed up the crumbs carefully in the plastic wrap before putting it in my bag. I decided to keep walking further up the hill towards the thickest part of the woods. I felt like seeing what lay deeper inside, because I had never explored this area before. The path became narrow with thorn bushes scratching against my pants as I squeezed through them. The ground was covered in dry leaves and small broken branches that cracked loudly under my shoes. I kept walking, breathing a little harder now as the slope became steeper. After a while, I reached a part of the woods that felt different. The trees were taller here, their trunks thicker, and the light barely reached the ground. The smell changed too. It smelled damp, like old wet wood mixed with rotting leaves. The air felt colder here, even though it was almost noon by then. I kept walking slowly, feeling slightly uneasy, but telling myself that it was just because I wasn't used to walking in such places alone. I looked around as I walked. There were broken tree trunks lying sideways, covered in moss. There were thin spider webs stretched across small bushes, shining faintly in the dim light. The only sound was the faint whistle of the wind moving through the trees far above me. As I kept moving forward, I noticed something strange up ahead. At first it looked like just another tree trunk, but as I walked closer, I saw that it was a small wooden structure. Almost like a shed, but it was so old that half of its walls had collapsed. The roof was caved in and covered with dark green moss. One side of the shed was open, exposing a broken wooden chair inside, along with what looked like old rusted tools hanging from nails on the wall. I felt a chill run down my back as I stood there staring at it. There was something about abandoned structures in the woods that always gave me an uneasy feeling. I stepped a little closer and peered inside. The smell of damp wood and rust filled my nose. I could see the dirt floor inside covered in dead leaves. The tools were so rusted they were almost orange. One of them looked like a saw, its blade completely brown and jagged with rust. There was an old glass bottle lying in the corner, covered in dirt and spider webs. I felt like I was looking into a place that hadn't been touched in decades. I turned around to leave, but then I noticed something further behind the shed. It looked like a narrow path leading deeper into the trees. I hesitated for a moment, but curiosity got the better of me. I stepped over a fallen branch and started down that narrow path. The trees grew closer together here, almost forming a tunnel above me. The ground was uneven, covered with roots that stuck out like twisted ropes. I had to watch my step carefully to avoid tripping. The deeper I went, the darker it got. Even though it was the middle of the day, it felt like evening here. My breathing grew louder in my ears as the cold air settled around me. I walked for what felt like 20 minutes before I saw something up ahead that made me stop dead in my tracks. There was a small clearing up ahead. In the middle of the clearing, there was a large metal barrel lying on its side. The barrel was rusted and dented, its surface covered with mud and old leaves. But that wasn't what made me stop. It was the ground around it. The dirt was blackened in a wide circle around the barrel. It looked burned, as if there had been a fire there long ago. Pieces of charred wood were scattered around, half buried in the dirt. I felt a wave of discomfort spread through my chest as I stared at the scene. There was something unsettling about seeing a burned patch in the middle of a forest with an old metal barrel lying there like that. It felt wrong somehow. I stepped a little closer to look at it properly. As I approached, I saw that there were pieces of broken glass bottles around the barrel. Some of them were melted into odd shapes. I could also see faint black marks on the barrel, almost like fingerprints, but much larger and smeared all over. The closer I looked, the stronger the smell of old burned wood and rust became. I felt my throat tighten, as if my body was telling me not to stay here. I looked around the clearing and noticed that the trees around this burned patch were all slightly blackened at their bases too. It was as if someone had set a fire here and just left everything behind afterwards. I stood there for a long time, just staring at the scene, feeling my stomach tighten with unease. My ears felt like they were ringing slightly, probably from how silent it was in these woods. I felt a sudden need to leave, to just get out of there as quickly as possible. I turned around and started walking back the way I came. My steps felt heavier now, my legs feeling weak with every step. As I walked, I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling like something was behind me. Every time I turned, there was nothing, just trees, bushes, and shadows. The path felt longer going back. The cold air felt sharper on my skin now. My breath was quick and shallow. When I finally reached the old shed again, I almost felt relief to see it. I walked past it quickly, feeling exposed in the silent woods. The shadows felt like they were moving slightly as the breeze shifted the branches above. I forced myself to keep walking at a steady pace, even though my body wanted to run. The trees finally started to thin out as I moved out of the dense part of the woods. The light became brighter and warmer again as I approached the edge of the trees. When I stepped out into the open part of the hill, I felt like I could finally breathe properly. The sun was shining fully now, warm on my face, but my body still felt cold with fear. I kept walking down the hill without stopping. I didn't even pause to drink water. My feet moved quickly over the dirt path as I descended the slope, the dry grass brushing against my ankles. My heart felt like it hadn't slowed down at all since I saw that clearing. I finally reached the street at the bottom of the hill. The neighborhood looked the same as always, calm and normal. I walked home feeling numb. When I reached my house, I unlocked the door with shaking hands. I stepped inside and locked it behind me. I sat down on the floor against the door and let out a long, shaky breath. My legs felt weak and my chest felt tight. I stayed sitting there for a long time, staring at the floor, my mind still seeing the burned clearing and the rusted barrel. I never went back to those hills again. Every time I looked out my kitchen window after that day, I felt a cold wave of fear pass through me. The hills looked the same as always from a distance, peaceful, green, silent. But I knew that deep inside those trees there were things left behind. Things that didn't belong there. Things that made the air feel heavy and wrong. I didn't know who set that fire or what they were burning or why they left that barrel behind. And I didn't want to know. I was just glad I left before anything else happened. From that day on, I started carrying my phone with me everywhere I went, even if I was just going for a walk around the block. I never wanted to feel that alone again. Sometimes at night when I couldn't sleep, I would think about that place. I would think about how silent it was, how it felt like even the birds didn't want to sing there. And in those moments, I felt a chill spread through my chest, and I pulled my blanket tighter around me, closing my eyes and trying to think about anything else until sleep finally came. I woke up around 4 a.m., way earlier than usual. I hadn't slept well that night. I kept tossing and turning, feeling like my blanket was either too hot or too cold every few minutes. It was summer, but the nights had been chilly lately. When I opened my eyes and saw the faint light coming from the street lamp outside my window, I felt annoyed at myself for being up this early. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the small fan next to my bed. The air felt still and heavy. Eventually, I decided to just get up and go for a walk to clear my head. I pulled on some track pants and a hoodie and quietly stepped out of my room so I wouldn't wake anyone. As I walked out the front door, I noticed how silent the street was. No cars, no birds chirping yet, just that cold, empty quietness before dawn. The sky had a faint dark blue tint, and the street lamps lit up small circles on the road like islands of light in a sea of darkness. I started walking toward the park near my house. It was only about a 10-minute walk. As I moved, I felt a slight ache in my knees from sitting too long yesterday. I passed by houses with dark windows. A few porch lights were on, and there was a soft smell of morning dew mixed with the faint scent of garbage bags lined up for the trash truck later. My shoes made small crunching sounds on the sidewalk where dry leaves had gathered near the curbs. When I reached the park, I noticed the gates were closed, but I knew there was a small broken part in the fence at the side that people used to sneak in. I slipped through it, feeling the cool metal scrape against my side slightly. The park was dark, but I could still see the outline of trees, benches, and the walking path lit faintly by distant streetlights. I started walking along the path slowly, listening to the quiet around me. There was a smell of wet soil and fresh-cut grass still lingering in the air from when they mowed it yesterday. As I walked deeper into the park, I felt a cold breeze against my face and neck. I put my hands in my pockets to keep them warm. There was a faint rustling sound coming from the bushes on my left. At first, I thought it was a stray cat or a rabbit, but the sound stopped as soon as I looked that way. I kept walking, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling starting to build up in my chest. My ears felt hot, and I could hear my heartbeat thumping slowly, but heavily. I reached the small bridge that goes over the creek running through the park. The creek was almost dry this season, with only a thin trickle of water running over rocks. I stopped in the middle of the bridge and leaned against the railing, looking down at the dark water below. I could hear insects buzzing faintly, and somewhere far off a dog barked once and then stopped. The air smelled damp and earthy down by the water. After a few minutes, I started walking again, crossing the bridge and heading to the far side of the park where there were tall eucalyptus trees lined up along the path. Their long branches swayed slightly with the breeze, and some dry leaves fell slowly to the ground, making a soft crackling sound as they landed. I could see the outlines of the benches under the trees, all empty. The path curved to the left, going toward the children's playground. I didn't want to go there because seeing empty swings and slides in the dark always felt unsettling to me. I turned to the right instead, taking a smaller path that led toward the old maintenance shed. The shed had been locked up for years, ever since they built the new park office near the front gates. As I walked past the shed, I noticed that the side door was slightly open. That door was always closed, locked with a rusty padlock and chain. I stopped walking, staring at it for a few seconds. The open door was dark inside, and I couldn't see anything beyond it. The air smelled like old wood and metal mixed with wet earth. My nose felt cold as I stood there. I felt my chest tighten with an anxious feeling. My brain started racing with thoughts about what could be inside. Maybe someone broke in and was hiding there. Maybe it was just some kids messing around. But it was 4 a.m. Kids wouldn't be here at this hour. I slowly stepped closer to the shed, trying to listen for any sounds coming from inside. The only thing I could hear was the quiet rustle of leaves from the trees above and my own slow breathing. When I was about 2 steps away from the door, I suddenly heard a small scraping sound from inside. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp enough to make my shoulders tense up instantly. I froze, holding my breath, listening. The sound came again, a light scraping, like something dragging softly against the concrete floor. I felt my stomach clench tightly. I didn't move for what felt like a full minute, just staring into that darkness, waiting for another sound. Nothing came. I backed away slowly, careful not to step on any dry branches or leaves that would make noise. As I turned around to walk back down the path, I felt a strong urge to run, but I forced myself to keep a normal pace. Running felt like it would only make things worse, like it would confirm that something was there chasing me. My breathing was shallow, and I felt sweat forming under my arms even though the air was cold. I reached the main path again and turned toward the bridge, walking quickly now. As I crossed the bridge, I looked back over my shoulder at the shed. The door looked darker now with the faint dawn light coming up behind it. My eyes kept darting between the trees and the bushes, trying to catch any movement. I could feel my heart beating fast in my chest, and my hands were shaking slightly inside my hoodie pockets. When I got back to the broken part of the fence, I slipped through quickly, scraping my side again without caring. I walked fast down the street, feeling like I could finally breathe a little. The sky was getting brighter now, and I could hear some early morning birds chirping. Cars were starting to appear on the main road in the distance. The smell of bread baking from the bakery down the street reached me faintly on the breeze. I walked back home feeling a strange mix of fear and relief. I kept thinking about that open door, about the scraping sound coming from inside, about how it stopped as soon as I started listening closely. My mind was racing with possibilities. Maybe someone homeless was living there. Maybe it was just a raccoon trapped inside. But the scrape sounded too deliberate, too slow, like someone dragging their foot or a piece of metal carefully across the floor. When I got home, I unlocked the front door quietly and stepped inside. The house was still dark, and I could hear the soft ticking of the kitchen clock. I took off my shoes and hoodie and walked to my room. I sat down on my bed, feeling my knees ache again. My hands were cold and slightly sweaty. I kept staring at the floor for a long time, just listening to the quiet in my room. I could hear my brother snoring faintly in the next room, and the fridge humming softly in the kitchen. I thought about calling the park office later in the day to tell them about the shed door being open. But then I thought, what if they went to check and found nothing? Or what if someone really dangerous was hiding in there and they found them? I didn't know what felt scarier, the idea of there being someone in there, or the idea of no one being there at all after what I heard. As the sun finally rose and light filled my room, I still felt that tight feeling in my chest. I kept thinking about how quiet the park had been, how the scraping sound felt so out of place in that silence. I knew I wouldn't be going for early morning walks alone anytime soon. That feeling of standing outside the shed, staring into the darkness, hearing that slow scraping sound, would stay in my mind forever. It made me realize that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but the small moments when something feels wrong in a place that should be normal and safe. I lay down on my bed, staring at the ceiling again, feeling my eyelids getting heavy. I pulled my blanket over me, feeling its warmth as the sunlight grew brighter through my window. My mind was still racing with thoughts about the shed, about what I heard, about what could have been there. But slowly, the warmth of the blanket and the softness of my bed pulled me back into sleep, leaving that cold feeling in my chest lingering like a shadow. When I woke up again hours later, it was already late morning. The sunlight was bright in my room, and I could hear my family moving around the house. Everything felt normal again. I could hear the TV playing some morning show in the living room. My mom was talking on the phone, her voice calm and casual. The smell of toast and eggs drifted in from the kitchen. For a few moments, it felt like nothing had happened at all. But as I sat up and rubbed my eyes, I felt that cold tightness in my chest again. It reminded me that what I felt and heard in the park was real. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't my imagination. Later that day, when I walked past the park on my way to the store, I looked at the shed from the sidewalk. The door was closed again, just like always. The rusty padlock and chain were back in place. There was no sign that it had ever been open. The park was full of kids playing, people walking their dogs, and old men sitting on benches talking about the news. Everything looked normal and peaceful. But as I stood there staring at the shed, I felt a chill go down my back. I turned and walked away quickly, feeling the warmth of the sun on my face, but still shivering slightly inside. That night, when I lay in bed trying to sleep, I kept thinking about how easily a normal place can feel dangerous in the dark. How a simple walk can turn into something you never forget. I kept thinking about that scraping sound and how it made me feel. It made me realize that I didn't need to see what was inside to feel fear. Sometimes, just knowing that something is there is enough to keep you awake at night, listening to every sound in the darkness, wondering if it's coming closer. Last year, I lived alone in a small condo in the city. It wasn't the fanciest place, but it was mine. I worked long days in an IT office, and coming home to silence was something I had never really liked, so having my dog there made all the difference. Her name was Kira, a miniature American Eskimo with bright white fur, small upright ears, and dark brown eyes that always seemed to be curious about everything. She wasn't loud or destructive. She was just happy to be near me, following me from room to room with her little paws clicking softly against the wood floors. My days were usually simple. I'd wake up early, feed Kira, take her outside for a walk in the crisp morning air, come back to shower and get ready, and then leave her with her toys and a treat while I went to work. After work, I'd pick up some groceries if needed, get home, take her for her evening walk, cook dinner, and relax with Netflix or YouTube until it was time to sleep. That was the cycle, day after day. Quiet, predictable, comfortable. She always stayed near me. If I was at my desk working on some leftover projects or fixing up my resume, she'd nap under the table. If I was watching TV, she'd curl up on the carpet by my feet, her small body rising and falling with every sleepy breath. At night, she slept on the corner of my bed, always pressed against my legs. But that changed one night. I remember it because it was raining outside, that cold winter rain that taps lightly on windows and makes the city sound softer somehow. I was sitting on the couch with a blanket wrapped around me, scrolling endlessly through Instagram, when Kira suddenly got up. She walked away from the couch without looking back. I thought she was going to get water, or maybe check out a sound from the neighbors. But then I heard a growl. A low, rumbling growl I had never heard from her before. I put my phone down and looked up. She was standing at the edge of the living room carpet, her head low, ears pinned back, staring directly at the front door. Her fur stood up slightly along her back. I called her name, but she didn't even blink. She just kept growling. I stood up, feeling this nervous energy spread through my chest, and I walked over to her. I tried to shush her, placing my hand lightly on her back, but she just kept growling. I stepped in front of her, blocking her view of the door, but she moved sideways, her little white paws tapping against the floor as she kept her eyes locked forward. My heart was beating fast. I couldn't hear anything from outside, but I walked over to the door slowly, my bare feet feeling cold against the wood floor. I turned on the porch light through the switch beside the door. Yellow light spilled out onto the small landing. Through the peephole, I saw nothing, just the metal railing and the stairs leading down to the other units. I unlocked the deadbolt and opened the door a crack, peering out. The cold air rushed in, mixing with the warmth of the condo. I stepped outside fully and looked around. It was silent except for the rain falling against the steps and the distant traffic hum down the street. I checked the railing, looked down the stairwell, leaned over to see if anyone was hiding along the side. Nothing. I listened for footsteps moving away, but there was nothing except the rain. I closed the door, locked it again, and turned to see Kira still standing there, growling quietly, eyes wide. I sat back down on the couch, trying to distract myself with my phone, but her growl stuck in my mind. Eventually, she came back over and curled up beside me. I kept glancing at the door until I went to bed. That was the first time it happened. It became a routine after that. Every week or so, she would suddenly stand up, walk into the living room, and start growling at the door. Sometimes it was during the day, when I was working from home. Sometimes it was at night, when the shadows of cars passing outside flickered across my blinds. It didn't matter if the TV was loud or if I had music playing. She would just stand there, quiet at first, then growl low and steady, never barking, never moving forward or backward, just frozen with her gaze fixed on that door. I told my friends about it when we met up for lunch at work. They laughed it off, saying maybe there was a dog outside, or a raccoon, or even just shadows that bothered her. I laughed too, trying to brush off the way it made my chest tighten every time she did it. But deep down, it bothered me, because I knew my dog. Kira never growled. Not at other dogs, not at strangers. She was friendly to everyone, always eager to play or cuddle. Seeing her growl like that, with her fur raised and her eyes wide, made something inside me feel cold. One weekend I invited friends over for dinner. I cleaned the place top to bottom, vacuumed twice to get all her shedding fur, and cooked chicken pasta with garlic bread. There were 6 of us, sitting in the living room on the couch, and the extra chairs I pulled from the dining table. Kira was in her element. She walked around to each person, tail wagging, licking hands, rolling on her back for belly rubs. Everyone loved her. Halfway through dinner, she was curled up at my friend's feet, snoring lightly. We were laughing about some old story from college when Kira suddenly lifted her head. Her ears perked up, and she stood up so quickly she almost slipped on the tiles. She stared at the front door. Her tail dropped low, and a growl rumbled out of her chest. It wasn't loud, but it was deep, vibrating through her little body. Everyone stopped talking. We all turned to look at the door. My friend closest to it stood up and walked over, looking through the peephole. He turned back to us, shrugged, and said there was no one there. He opened the door, stepped outside, checked around the railing, down the stairs, even leaned over to look at the other side of the building. Nothing. He came back in, closed the door, and we all sat down again. Kira kept growling for a few more seconds, then slowly walked back to her spot and laid down, her eyes flicking back to the door every few moments. The rest of the evening felt heavy after that. We kept the conversation going, but everyone's eyes kept drifting to the door. When they left later that night, I locked up quickly and checked every corner of the condo before going to bed. Weeks passed. The growling continued. Every few days, sometimes at 3 a.m. when I was asleep, and would wake up to her growl echoing softly in the quiet darkness. I'd sit up in bed, my heart racing, listening to her, watching her stand at the doorway of my bedroom, staring down the hall toward the living room and the front door beyond it. I would get up, turn on all the lights, check everything again. Always nothing. December came. I decided to visit my parents for the holidays, taking Kira with me like always. She loved their big backyard, running through the grass and playing with the fallen leaves. She always slept curled up on the rug by their fireplace, warm and peaceful. That year, I noticed she seemed tired, slower. She didn't play as much and spent most of her time curled up in her bed. She still followed me around the house, but her tail wagged less. One evening, just a few days before Christmas, she didn't get up when I called her for dinner. I walked over and found her breathing shallowly, her eyes half open but unfocused. We took her to the emergency vet. She passed away that night. They said it was heart failure, something common for her breed and age. I buried her in my parents' backyard, under the old oak tree near the fence. I placed her favorite toy with her, a little stuffed fox she used to carry around everywhere. I sat there for a long time after we finished, feeling the cold winter air bite at my skin, listening to the wind moving through the branches above. I didn't cry until I got back inside. After the holidays, I went back to my condo. It felt empty. No paws following me around, no little barks of excitement when I came home from work. Just silence. But there was something else too. That feeling in my chest, the one that always came when Kira growled at the door, was gone. I realized it after a few days. The condo felt normal again. Just an empty home with no extra energy hanging in the air. I never did find out what she was growling at. Maybe it was another dog outside. Maybe it was an animal that came by the building every week. Or maybe it was a sound only she could hear, like the distant echo of something moving far away. All I knew was that she saw or felt something that I couldn't. Something that never went away. Something that kept coming back until the day she left. I still think about her every day. About how she made me feel safe in ways I didn't even understand at the time. About how her small growl, quiet and deep, would fill the condo with this heavy tension, and how it always faded the moment she came back to me and curled up at my feet again. These days, when I hear a noise outside my door at night, I pause and wait for a growl that will never come again. I think that's what scares me the most now. When I was about 4 years old, I lived in this old house with my mom. It was just the two of us. The house wasn't anything special from the outside. It was a small single-story place with faded white paint that peeled in long strips near the back door. There was an old oak tree that stood tall in the front yard, its branches reaching out like arms, and I remember during summer the leaves made a thick green ceiling over the driveway. The porch was cracked in some parts, and when I sat there with my little toy trucks, I'd always watch the ants march through the gaps. Inside, the house always felt dim, even when the sun was out. The windows were old and foggy between the panes, and the curtains my mom hung were thick enough to keep out most light. I remember how quiet it was there. My mom worked long hours, and when she was home, she usually rested in her room with the door shut. I would sit in the living room and watch cartoons or build towers with wooden blocks on the worn-out carpet. Sometimes I'd wander the house, just looking at things because I was bored. I'd look at the small mirror by the front door, stand on my tiptoes, and make faces at myself. I'd touch the little plastic flowers stuck in a vase in the kitchen window and look at their faded red and yellow petals. They were always dusty. There were a lot of weird things about that house. Even though I was a kid, I still remember them clearly. Like the way the ceiling fan in the living room would spin slowly by itself, even when the switch was off. Or how the back hallway always felt colder than the rest of the house, even in the middle of summer. Sometimes I'd hear a faint noise, like someone whispering, when I sat near the bathroom door. It never felt dangerous at that age, just weird. I'd tell my mom, and she'd just say it was the pipes or the old wood creaking. Then there were the dreams I had. I still remember them even now, all these years later. They weren't like normal dreams, the kind where you fly or run or play with friends. These felt too real. In the dream, I would get up from my little bed and walk out into the hallway. The carpet was scratchy under my feet, and the house was always completely silent. I'd turn and walk into my mom's room. She wasn't there. The bed would be empty, the blankets pulled back as if she had just gotten up. I would stand there in the doorway, looking at the bed, and that's when he would appear. In the dream, there was this man. He wasn't scary looking, but I still felt afraid of him. He was tall, taller than my mom, and he wore a plain gray shirt and dark pants. His hair was short and black, and he had a serious face. I remember the way he looked at me. No anger, no kindness, just a cold stare like I wasn't even a person. Like I was just something to look at. He would walk towards me and wrap his hand around my neck. He never squeezed hard enough to hurt me, but I could feel his fingers press into my skin, lifting me up off the floor. My little feet would kick in the air, and I could feel the pressure building in my chest as I struggled to breathe properly. He would hold me there and say, "You will have this dream 4 more times." I didn't scream in the dream. I couldn't. My throat felt tight, and no noise would come out. I would just hang there, staring at his blank eyes. In the corner of my mom's room, there was always another man. I never saw his face properly. He stayed crouched down, facing the wall, holding a small tape recorder. I can't even remember what brand it was or what color, just that it looked old and dirty, like it had been buried in mud and wiped off. In the first dream, he smashed 1/4 of it, breaking off a corner. I didn't understand why he did that. He never looked at me or spoke. He just sat there, breaking off pieces. Then the dream would end, and I'd wake up in my bed, my small pillow damp with sweat. I would sit there, breathing hard, listening to the quiet house. Sometimes I'd get up and run to my mom's room just to check if she was there. She always was, asleep on her side, facing the wall, her dark hair covering her face. I had that dream 2 more times. Each time was the same. I would walk into her room, he would lift me by my neck, and he would say, 3 more times. Then 2 more times in the next dream. Each time, the man in the corner would break off another piece of that recorder, his movements slow and deliberate, like he was following instructions. I never had the 4th dream. Before it could come, we moved out of that house. My mom got a new job in a different town, and we packed up everything into her small white car. I remember sitting in the back seat, looking out the window as we drove away. The house looked exactly the same as it always did, but I felt this sense of relief I couldn't explain at that age. Like I was finally leaving something heavy behind. After we moved, I never had that dream again. I never saw the man with the blank eyes or the man crouched in the corner with the recorder. I thought about it sometimes, lying in my new room at night, wondering what would have happened if we hadn't moved before the 4th dream. I didn't tell anyone about it back then. I didn't think anyone would believe me. I was just a little kid with dreams, and adults always said dreams weren't real. But I remember them so clearly, even now. The dreams felt real. The pressure on my neck felt real. The feeling of my feet kicking in the air, the way the man's fingers pressed into my skin, all of it felt real. Even the silence of the house in my dreams was the same silence I heard every day when my mom was working and I was alone. Years later, when I was older, I asked my mom about that house. We were sitting at the kitchen table in our new place, drinking tea. I asked her if she ever felt anything weird there, like if the house ever felt strange to her. She paused for a long time before answering. She said she always felt watched there. She never saw anything, but sometimes she felt like someone was standing in the hallway when she walked to the bathroom at night. She said the house always felt heavy, like the air was thick and hard to breathe. She thought it was just stress from working so much, but she said she never felt that way in any other house we lived in. I told her about my dreams then. I told her every detail I could remember. She listened without interrupting, her hands wrapped around her cup of tea, her fingers tight and white at the knuckles. When I finished, she didn't say anything for a while. She just sat there, staring down at the table. Then she said she was glad we moved out when we did. That was it. We didn't talk about it again after that. It felt like something we shouldn't bring up, like talking about it would make it real again. But I still think about those dreams, and about that house. I think about the man's blank eyes and the recorder breaking apart, piece by piece. I wonder what would have happened in the 4th dream. Would the man have broken the last piece and done something else? Would he have dropped me, or would he have done nothing at all? I'll never know, and maybe that's a good thing. After we left, I had other dreams, but none like those. None that felt real. None that made me wake up sweating and shaking in the dark. As I grew up, I stopped thinking about it so much. Life got busy with school, friends, and eventually work. But sometimes late at night when everything is quiet, I still think about that house. I think about my small room with the faded cartoon stickers peeling off the walls, the living room fan that moved by itself, and the way the back hallway always felt cold on my bare feet. I think about how real those dreams felt, and how I never had the fourth one. And every time I think about it, I feel grateful that we moved away before it happened. Because even though I was just a kid, and dreams aren't real, there was something in those dreams that felt like it could reach me in the real world too. My family always had weird things happen to them. Little things like objects going missing or lights turning on by themselves. My mom said when she was young, she saw shadows in her old house. My grandma believed in spirits and used to tell us stories about them. I don't know if I believe in spirits or ghosts. All I know is that some things feel real, even when everyone says they're not. That house was just an old house with peeling paint and dusty curtains. But for me, it was a place where dreams felt real and where something waited for me every night. I'll never forget it, and I don't think I ever want to go back there, even just to see what it looks like now. Some places are better left in the past, and some dreams are better left unfinished. When I think back to my early childhood, there are only a few memories that come to me in clear pictures instead of faint feelings or hazy flashes. One of them is the memory of Kathy. My parents told me this story so many times that the images feel like they are my own, even though I was only 3 years old when it all happened. But every time I sit in silence and let my thoughts drift back to that old apartment on the 9th floor, I feel a strange coldness wrap around my chest, and my stomach turns heavy with something I can't quite name. We had moved into that apartment just after my 3rd birthday. Dad got a job in downtown Columbus, so we left our little house near the outskirts and came to live in the tall building with dark hallways, creaking elevators, and small balconies lined with iron rails that overlooked the wide roads and rows of other buildings. I don't remember feeling excited or sad about moving. I was too young to understand what it meant to leave behind what I knew. But I remember the rooms of that apartment, the smell of fresh paint that made my nose itch, the large windows that let the sunlight in during the morning and left long shadows on the yellow carpet in the evening. And I remember sitting by the window, holding tea parties with someone only I could see. My parents said I didn't have friends there. We lived too high up for me to run outside and play with other children the way I might have in a house with a yard. The only playground nearby was a 20-minute walk away, and my dad was always working while my mom was busy with chores. So I sat by myself in the living room most days with my stuffed animals, lining them up on the floor and talking to them as if they were real. But soon there was Kathy. At first, it seemed harmless. I would sit near the window, whispering softly and laughing as I poured her invisible cups of tea. My mom told me later that I seemed happier than I ever had before. I would eat my food properly, sleep at night without fussing, and even pick up my toys when asked because I wanted to show Kathy how good I was. My mom thought it was cute. She told my dad about my new friend, and they both smiled about it, thinking it was just my imagination blooming. But after a while, it changed. I stopped playing with my dolls and stuffed bears. I stopped watching cartoons. I stopped asking to go out with my mom when she went shopping. All I wanted to do was sit by that window with Kathy. I would talk to her for hours, giggle at things no one else heard, and sometimes just stare at the air next to me like I was listening to her stories. My mom said she would call me for lunch, and I wouldn't even hear her. She would have to come over, touch my shoulder, and only then would I blink and look up, as if pulled out of some faraway world. Then I started blaming Kathy for things. My parents would come into the kitchen to find the sugar jar knocked over, grains of sugar scattered like fine sand across the linoleum floor, and when they asked me why I did it, I would say Kathy did it. My dad would find his newspapers torn up and scattered in the living room, and I would say Kathy did it. When my mom's makeup was crushed into the bathroom sink and smeared across the counter like paint, I said Kathy did it. My dad started getting angry. He didn't believe in imaginary friends. He believed in discipline, rules, and explanations that made sense. He yelled at me once when I blamed Kathy again, and I started crying so hard I threw up on the kitchen floor. After that, my mom convinced him to take me to a counselor. They took me to 3 different people. Each of them said I was just a child with a vivid imagination. They said it was normal for kids my age to have imaginary friends, especially if they felt lonely or isolated. My parents went home feeling a little more relaxed, but my dad still didn't like it. He told my mom that he didn't care what those psychologists said. He wasn't going to let his daughter grow up crazy. So he came up with a plan. One day, he left the house early in the morning and drove to the pound. He spent hours there looking at the different dogs until he found a tiny German Shepherd puppy with black fur and tan paws. The puppy had bright brown eyes and floppy ears that were too big for its small head. My dad said the moment he saw it, he thought about me and how I might laugh seeing its big clumsy paws sliding across the floor. He paid for the adoption, bought a collar and food bowls, and drove home with the puppy sitting in a box on the passenger seat, wagging its tail the whole way. When he got back to the apartment, he felt proud. He imagined walking in, seeing me jump up and down with joy, hugging the puppy and forgetting about Kathy forever. He wanted to be the hero, the dad who fixed the problem with love and action instead of yelling. But when he opened the door and stepped into the living room, everything went wrong. He found me sitting by the window. The sun was setting, so the whole room was filled with orange light, making my hair glow around my head like a halo. I was sitting cross-legged, talking softly to the empty air next to me, completely lost in my own world. My dad said the puppy was excited to be somewhere new. It wiggled in his arms, sniffing the air, tail wagging happily. But then it stopped, completely stopped. Its tail froze mid-wag. Its ears flattened back against its head. The fur along its neck and spine stood straight up like sharp little needles. It started growling deep in its throat, low and threatening. Then it opened its mouth and barked so loudly that I screamed and fell back against the carpet. The puppy lunged forward out of my dad's arms, teeth bared, barking and snarling at the empty space next to me by the window. My dad was so shocked he didn't move. He just stood there watching as I curled up on the floor, covering my ears and screaming at the top of my lungs. The puppy kept barking like it was going to attack something. Its eyes were fixed on the air next to me, following it up towards the window. Then suddenly it stopped. Just stopped. Its mouth closed, its barking cut off mid-growl, and it backed away slowly, tail tucked between its legs. I was sobbing so hard my whole body was shaking. My mom came running out from the kitchen, her hands covered in flour, eyes wide with fear. She grabbed me up and held me against her chest, rocking me back and forth as I cried. My dad put the puppy down, and it ran under the coffee table, hiding with its belly pressed to the floor, eyes wide and unblinking. My mom asked me what happened. She said my face was pale like paper, and my lips were trembling so hard I couldn't even talk for a few minutes. Finally, I took a deep breath, wiped my eyes with the back of my hand, and whispered, "Kathy fell out the window." After that, I never mentioned Kathy again. My parents said it was like a switch flipped inside me. I stopped talking to her, stopped sitting by the window, stopped having tea parties with an empty chair. I started playing with the puppy instead. I named him Max. He followed me everywhere, sleeping at the foot of my bed at night and licking my face awake in the mornings. My mom said it was like I was a different child, happier and more alive than before. But she couldn't stop thinking about what happened. Every time she walked past that window, she felt her stomach tighten with dread. She started praying more, reading her Bible out loud in the living room every morning, whispering verses under her breath while she cleaned. My dad didn't say anything about it, but he never let me play near that window again. He moved my toy chest and tea set to the other side of the room, near the TV, and told me I could play there instead. A few months later, my mom convinced my dad to move out. She said she didn't care if it cost more money or if it was inconvenient for his work. She wasn't staying in that apartment another day. My dad fought with her about it at first, but in the end, he agreed. He told her he didn't want to see her so scared all the time. On the day we were moving out, my dad went to talk to the landlord about ending the lease. They were standing in the hallway by the elevators, going over paperwork, when my dad casually mentioned that they were moving out because my mom was uncomfortable after what happened with my imaginary friend Kathy. The landlord stopped writing. He looked up at my dad, frowning, and asked him to repeat what he just said. My dad told him again, laughing a little under his breath, because he thought it sounded silly when he said it out loud. The landlord didn't laugh. He just stared at my dad for a long time, then looked down the hallway towards our apartment door. Finally, he sighed and shook his head. He told my dad that the tenants who lived in that apartment before us moved out after their little girl, Kathy, fell out of the window and died. My dad said he felt like someone poured a bucket of ice water down his back. He couldn't believe it. He came back into the apartment, his face pale and his hands shaking so badly he could barely hold the pen to sign the last of the moving papers. My mom asked him what was wrong, but he just shook his head and told her to hurry up and pack the last of the kitchen things. They didn't tell me what the landlord said until I was much older. We moved into a small house on the edge of town after that. It had a little yard with green grass and a white fence, and Max finally had a place to run around instead of being cooped up in the apartment all day. I started preschool that year and made friends for the first time. I forgot about Kathy. Or maybe I didn't forget, but I buried it somewhere deep down inside myself where I didn't have to feel it anymore. My mom still tells that story to this day. She sits at the kitchen table with her coffee, staring out the window into the yard, and she tells me about how scared she was. How she would wake up in the middle of the night and look over at the window, expecting to see a little girl standing there looking in at us. My dad doesn't like to talk about it. He just shakes his head and says it was all just imagination. Kids make up stories, he says. Dogs get scared of new places, he says. There's always an explanation, he says. But sometimes when I sit alone in my own apartment now, far away from where I grew up, I think about Kathy. I think about that puppy barking and snarling at nothing. I think about the way I screamed and cried when she fell out of the window. And I wonder if I really imagined it all, or if there are some things that children see that adults never can. About a year ago, in the middle of winter, I was lying in bed. It was a little after midnight. I remember because I had just finished reading World War Z. I had never read a zombie book before, and honestly, it messed with my head. Even though I knew it was just fiction, my mind kept playing scenes over and over. Dead people walking down empty streets, broken cities full of shadows, silent forests with something waiting behind every tree. All of it felt so real in the quiet of my room. The only sound I could hear was my dog breathing next to me, asleep on his side, his chest rising and falling. Occasionally he snored or let out a little sigh through his nose, almost like a human would do when turning over in bed. I kept staring up at the ceiling, thinking about zombies, wondering if I'd survive something like that, wondering what it would feel like to see one at my window. That thought made my chest feel tight. My room was dark except for a thin line of orange glow coming through the curtains from the streetlight down below. I couldn't bring myself to turn on a lamp or my phone screen, because the darkness felt like a thin blanket protecting me from everything outside. I don't know how long I lay there like that. Could have been 20 minutes, could have been an hour. Time didn't really matter. My eyes felt tired, but my brain wouldn't settle down. Then all of a sudden, I heard this noise. 3 loud thumps. Thump, 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 coming from the window across the room. Not soft, random taps like tree branches in the wind. Not the hollow, light sound of rain or ice cracking against glass. These were heavy, steady, like someone standing outside, hitting the window with the flat of their hand in an angry way. It was so loud the sound seemed to vibrate inside my chest. For a split second, I just lay there frozen, as though if I didn't move I'd become invisible. My dog woke up instantly and barked, sharp and loud, his paws scrabbling on the sheets as he spun towards the window. His bark echoed around the small room. I felt my heart pounding, almost hurting from how fast it was beating. I reached out a hand to calm him down, but I was shaking. I didn't say anything. I just sat there listening to him bark, listening to the silence that followed the thumps. I tried to tell myself it was okay. Maybe snow or ice had fallen from the roof and hit the glass. Maybe it was just the building creaking with the cold. Maybe it was a big bird or something. But inside, I didn't really believe that. Not with the way the thumps were spaced out. Not with how strong they had sounded. I kept sitting there, legs pulled up to my chest, trying to slow my breathing. After a few minutes, my dog stopped barking. He turned a few circles and lay back down, though his eyes were still open, staring at the window. I couldn't make myself go look. The curtains were closed, thin white cloth that glowed faintly from the streetlight outside. Anything could be standing there, just inches away, looking in at me. I didn't want to know. Eventually, my dog closed his eyes and fell back asleep. I sat there for a long time. I think almost half an hour passed before I finally let myself slide down under the blankets and close my eyes. My body felt cold all over. When sleep finally came, it felt more like passing out than drifting off. I don't know how long I slept. I woke up in the dark to the same noise. 3 thumps. Thump, thump, thump. Exactly the same. Same window. Same strong, flat-handed sound. Same perfect gap between each hit. My dog barked again, louder this time, a growl mixing with his bark, his fur standing up along his shoulders. I felt every hair on my own arm stand on end. I sat up and just stared at the window. My chest was tight. My eyes burned. I couldn't move. I wanted to turn on the lamp next to my bed, but my hands wouldn't move. My mind felt blank, except for the pounding of my heart in my ears. My dog jumped off the bed and kept barking, his nails clicking on the wooden floor as he paced back and forth in front of the window. The thumps didn't come again, just those three. Then silence. I don't know how long I sat there, just staring at the window. My eyes felt dry from not blinking. I couldn't bring myself to get up and look. I couldn't even turn on the light. Every part of my body told me not to go near that window. Finally, I slid off the bed. My knees felt weak. I grabbed my dog's collar and walked as quickly as I could out of the room, not looking back. The hallway felt dark and narrow, shadows crawling up the walls from the faint light of the digital clock in the kitchen. I walked to the living room, sat down on the couch, and pulled my blanket around myself and the dog. He curled up against me, his head on my lap, still growling every now and then. I pulled the blanket over our heads and sat there shaking. Every little noise outside made my chest tighten up. The sound of the heating pipes ticking, a car driving past, the low hum of the fridge. I sat like that for hours, drifting in and out of half sleep, jumping awake at every creak of the building. My back hurt from sitting curled up like that. My legs felt numb from having the dog on them for so long. But I didn't care. Every time I thought about getting up and going back to my room, I felt sick to my stomach. So I stayed there, feeling each minute crawl by. When the sun finally rose, it felt like a relief I couldn't describe. Light started filling the living room through the blinds. My dog lifted his head and licked my chin once, as if to check I was still there. I slowly pulled the blanket down and looked around the room. Everything looked normal in the daylight. The furniture, the kitchen counter, the small table with my keys and wallet on it. The shadows were gone. I felt so exhausted that my bones hurt. My dog jumped off the couch and walked towards my bedroom door, looking back at me with his ears perked up and a little whine coming from his throat. It was like he was waiting for me to come with him. I took a deep breath and stood up. My legs felt stiff and shaky as I walked down the hallway. I stopped at my bedroom door and listened. There was no sound from inside. I pushed the door open slowly. My room was just how I had left it. Bed unmade, blanket half on the floor, curtains closed, glowing softly from the morning light outside. I walked over to the window. My dog stayed by the door, his nails clicking as he shifted his weight from paw to paw. I pulled the curtain aside and looked out. There was nothing unusual to see. The building across the street, cars parked below, snow piled up along the sidewalk. Nothing on the glass. No marks. No cracks. No smudges. Just clean glass reflecting my tired, pale face back at me. I stood there for a long time, trying to find something that could explain what I had heard. Then I reminded myself that my apartment was on the top floor, 6 stories up. The only window with a fire escape was the one next to my bed. The window that the sound had come from had no balcony, no ladder, nothing. Just open air 6 stories down. I tried to tell myself maybe a bird had flown into it, but I knew deep down it wasn't that. Birds don't hit glass at night. Birds don't thump 3 times, perfectly spaced apart, loud enough to sound like a grown man hitting the window with his palm. I walked away from the window and tried to shake off the feeling. I kept telling myself it was fine. Maybe ice falling. Maybe vibrations from the heating system. I forced myself to believe that story, just so I could finish getting ready for work. I put on my clothes with my hands still trembling. My dog followed me everywhere that morning, never more than an inch from my leg. When I was finally ready, I grabbed my bag, locked the apartment, and left. The cold morning air felt good on my face, waking me up a little bit. I walked to the bus stop, trying to focus on normal things. My meetings for the day, what I'd eat for lunch, whether I needed to pick up groceries on the way home. Anything to keep my mind away from the night before. At work, everything felt normal again. People were talking about their weekends, about the cold weather, about the football game coming up. I smiled and nodded along, feeling half asleep, but comforted by the noise of people and keyboards and printers. But then, around lunchtime, as I was sitting eating a sandwich in the break room, something came into my mind. A small thought, but heavy, like a stone dropping into water. I sat there, staring at my sandwich, feeling my skin go cold all over again. I tried to push the thought away, but it wouldn't leave. It stayed there, nagging at me for the rest of the day, no matter how hard I tried to focus on my work. When I finished for the day, I rushed home. My heart was pounding before I even reached my building. I took the stairs 2 at a time, unlocked my door, and went straight to the window. The sun was starting to set, painting the sky in orange and purple. I pulled the curtain aside and looked at the window frame. I knew what I would see. I just needed to confirm it. On the outside of the glass was a screen, a strong, metal mesh screen fixed to the frame. It was bolted in place. The screen covered the whole window. There was no way to touch the glass from outside without tearing off the screen first. I pressed my hand against the glass and then tapped it lightly with my knuckles. The sound was muffled because of the screen. The thumps I had heard last night were loud and clear. They hadn't been muffled. They had been sharp, strong, direct hits on the glass itself. For a long time I just stood there, staring at the window, feeling my chest tighten with each slow breath. There was no ghost, no zombie, no monster with rotting flesh outside. The noise hadn't come from outside the building. It hadn't come from outside my window. It hadn't been a bird or falling ice or anything that could make me feel better. Whatever it was, it had to have been inside my room, standing between the glass and the curtain. Close enough to leave no smudge, no mark, no clue. Close enough that if I had pulled the curtain aside last night, I would have come face to face with it. I stood there until the sun. I was working an afternoon shift at the HSBC building in downtown Vancouver that day. I remember the air felt heavy when I walked to work from the train station, like the clouds were pressing down on the city. The streets were busy with people leaving early for appointments or grabbing late lunches. I liked those shifts. The sun would stay up long enough for the city to still feel alive by the time I clocked out. But that day ended up being one of the worst of my career. It was around 3:40 p.m. when the phone rang at the security desk. The woman on the other end sounded frantic, but was trying to keep her voice calm. She told me there was a lawyer upstairs, possibly having a heart attack in one of the high-rise offices. Her words came out clipped and shaky, like she was trying not to scream. I felt my chest tighten, but training kicked in. I grabbed the AED from under the counter, radioed dispatch to get paramedics en route, and jogged across the lobby to the elevators. The elevator ride felt like it took forever. Each floor number blinked past slowly as I shifted the AED under my arm, feeling my own pulse hammering in my neck. Finally, the doors opened to the law firm's floor. As soon as I stepped out, I could hear people crying and panicking inside the suite. I walked quickly down the hall and through the glass doors. He was laying there on the carpet in the hallway leading to the boardroom. Tom. That was his name. I had seen him before many times, striding through the lobby in his tailored suit, always with a phone pressed to his ear. Now he was on the floor, clutching his chest, his shirt soaked through with sweat. His skin was a pale gray color, and his eyes darted around the ceiling like he was trying to find something that wasn't there. I shooed his coworkers back as they hovered uselessly around him, crying and asking if he was okay. I knelt next to him and tried to talk to him calmly, even though inside I was panicking. I asked him if he was having chest pain. He nodded slightly. His mouth moved as he tried to speak, but he was just gasping. I checked his breathing, his pulse. It was rapid and thready under my fingers, like a tiny trapped bird fluttering against my skin. I opened the AED case and pulled out the pads, readying them just in case his heart stopped before help arrived. I kept checking the elevator lobby through the glass walls, waiting to see paramedics come up. It felt like an hour, but I knew it had only been a few minutes. Finally, the elevator dinged, and the paramedics burst through. They didn't waste any time. One of them, a woman, dropped her kit by his head and started unpacking the defibrillator while the other cut open his dress shirt. I stood back, hands shaking, scribbling down names and times on my notepad like protocol required. Even though I had done my job, I felt helpless just standing there. Tom was conscious again. His breathing was ragged, his words slurring together as he tried to talk to the paramedics. He was crying, tears streaking down the sides of his face into his hair. He kept saying he didn't want to die, that he hadn't finished his will, that he needed to call his ex-wife and tell her something important. The paramedics were trying to keep him calm as they worked, sticking electrodes to his chest, pressing an oxygen mask over his mouth and nose. Then suddenly he stopped talking. His eyes focused past them, towards the ceiling. His whole body stiffened. His face, already pale, turned almost chalk white. His eyes widened, and I could see every tendon in his neck standing out as he strained backwards away from something none of us could see. He let out this choked, desperate scream. "I don't fucking believe it. No, no, no." His voice cracked and broke at the last word. Then he sighed heavily, like the last bit of air leaving a punctured tire, and his head dropped sideways. The machines flatlined almost instantly. They tried everything: CPR, defibrillation, but they couldn't bring him back. I remember the way his co-workers stood there, holding each other, some of them sobbing quietly while others just stared in shock, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. I packed up the AED, hands still trembling, and left when the paramedics told me there was nothing more I could do. The elevator ride down felt silent and empty, even though 2 other tenants were in there with me. I couldn't look at them. I just kept seeing Tom's eyes widening in terror at whatever he thought he saw on the ceiling. We never did find out what it was. Maybe nothing. Maybe just fear gripping his brain in those last seconds. But the memory still keeps me up some nights. The shifts after that felt heavy. Every time I walked into the building lobby, I thought about him. But work didn't stop. Life kept going. People still came in with their badges and their coffees, typing away on their phones as if nothing ever happened. About a week later, on a night shift, I was sitting at the desk around 9 p.m. doing some routine CCTV checks. The building was quiet. Most tenants had gone home except for a few in the penthouse suites and some late-night office workers. The janitorial staff had finished half the floors and were working their way down. I liked nights for the quiet, though sometimes it felt too quiet. Around 9:20 p.m., a woman approached the desk. She looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, hair pulled back into a messy bun. Her hands were shaking slightly as she fidgeted with the strap of her purse. She told me she had just moved in Friday afternoon. Her unit was on one of the mid-high floors. She explained she kept hearing noises at night, banging on her front door, rattling of her doorknob. At first, she thought it was a neighbor or maybe a friend of the previous owner who didn't realize the place had been sold. But it kept happening. Friday night, as she was unpacking boxes in her bedroom, she heard her door bang hard in its frame. She said she called out, thinking it was a prank, and the banging stopped. Then near midnight, her doorknob began rattling violently like someone was desperate to get in. She yelled out again, but no one answered. She called the night guard, but when they checked, no one was found on the floor. Saturday night, same thing. Rattling doorknob. Loud bangs. She said she barely slept the entire weekend. I offered to go up with her and check around her floor again, thinking maybe it was a neighbor with dementia or some homeless person who had managed to sneak past the front desk and was sleeping on her floor at night. It wouldn't be the first time that happened in the city. We rode the elevator up together in silence. I could feel her anxiety radiating off her like heat. When we stepped out into her hallway, everything was quiet. The carpet was pristine, the overhead lights buzzing softly. I walked up and down the corridor, checking every emergency exit door, every stairwell door. Nothing. Everything was locked and secure. She unlocked her suite and invited me to do a quick check inside. I stepped in looking around. Boxes still stacked in her living room. TV sitting on the floor. Half-unpacked kitchen. Bedroom door open with bags strewn across the floor. Everything looked normal. I reassured her that no one was inside, told her to call me if it happened again, and headed for the door. But as I opened it to leave, I almost walked straight into an old woman standing right outside. She was so close I could smell her perfume, an old-fashioned lavender scent. Her hair was gray, cropped short and neat, and she wore a dark blue cardigan with gray slacks. I jumped back, heart hammering in my chest. For a second, I was just startled like anyone would be. But then something about her expression made my stomach twist. She was staring right at me, but her eyes seemed to look past me too. I cleared my throat, trying to sound calm. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice sounding too loud in the silent hallway. She didn't blink. Her face was completely still as she said, "No, I'm just waiting for the elevator." Her voice was flat, cold, empty. Right then, the elevator dinged behind me, and she stepped past me without another word. I turned to follow her, but the doors closed quickly in my face. I stood there for a second, trying to slow my breathing down. I walked back into the suite and asked the new resident to come downstairs with me to review CCTV footage. At that point, I honestly thought she was a family member of the previous tenant who still had an access card and was confused, maybe with dementia, wandering the halls and trying to go back to her old apartment. We sat together in the security office, rewinding the cameras for her floor. I fast-forwarded to the timestamp when I had entered her unit. The footage showed me stepping out of her door into the hallway, jumping back in fright, looking around, then standing there confused. But there was no one there. The old woman I had seen, she wasn't on the footage at all. The hallway was completely empty. I felt cold all over, like the air conditioning had been turned up to freezing. The woman sitting beside me grabbed my arm. Her fingers dug into my sleeve. She was crying quietly. I didn't know what to say to her. I didn't know what to say to myself either. After that shift, I walked home through the empty streets. Vancouver at night always felt peaceful before. The soft hum of traffic in the distance, the glowing windows of condos above me, the occasional drunk laughing on a patio. But that night, the shadows seemed darker, the alleys deeper, the sounds too loud in the silence. I kept thinking about Tom, clutching his chest and screaming at something no one else could see, and the old woman with dead eyes in the hallway. When I got home, I peeled off my uniform and showered. I stood under the water for a long time, trying to wash off the feeling of cold dread that clung to me. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Tom's wide, terrified eyes and heard that old woman's flat voice. The next afternoon, I went back to work. The building stood there as always, glass windows reflecting the clouds overhead, people walking in and out with their lanyards swinging on their chests. But for me, it felt different now. Like something had cracked open under the polished floors and stainless steel ceilings. Like something cold and I grew up in a house that people said was haunted. I never really liked that word. Haunted made it sound like something out of a horror movie, something with ghosts and floating things and whispers in the dark. But what we felt there, what I felt every single day of my life in that house, was just something was wrong. That's the only way to say it. Something was wrong with that place. The house was huge. 3 floors, built in the 60s, sitting in the middle of the woods like it had been dropped there by accident. The driveway was long, with potholes and cracks, and trees lined both sides, so you couldn't see the road from the house. The windows were big, but they always looked dark from the outside. Even in summer, when the sun stayed up until nearly 9 at night, the house always looked dark from outside, almost like it swallowed the light before it reached the windows. It was around 5,000 square feet. That's what my grandpa always said when people asked. "It's about 5,000 square feet," he'd say proudly, as if that explained everything. But the truth is, it was 5,000 square feet of quiet hallways and empty rooms. It was 5,000 square feet of creaking floors, shadows, cold air, and that feeling you get when someone is staring at you from behind. We lived there with my grandparents. My parents had split up when I was young, so my mom moved back in with them. Me, my sister, and my mom shared the top floor. My grandparents slept on the second floor. The ground floor was almost like a basement, half underground because the house sat on a slope, but it opened up to the backyard with big glass doors. That night I remember so clearly. It was nearly 10 at night. We were all downstairs on the ground floor watching TV. The TV room was big, with 2 old couches that smelled like my grandma's perfume, and a thick carpet that scratched my bare feet. The kitchen was right above us. You could hear everything in the kitchen when you were in the TV room. If someone dropped a spoon on the counter upstairs, it echoed down to us. We were watching some movie. I don't even remember what it was. My sister was sitting on the floor with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. I was leaning against the couch, feeling the warmth of my grandma's leg next to me. My grandpa sat in his old recliner chair, the brown leather one that squeaked every time he moved. Then we heard it, heavy footsteps walking through the kitchen upstairs. Not just footsteps. These sounded like work boots, thick soles stomping on the wooden kitchen floor. I remember my sister flinched and looked up at the ceiling. My grandma paused the movie. My grandpa leaned forward in his chair. We all just sat there listening. The footsteps walked from one side of the kitchen to the other. Slow, heavy, steady. Then they stopped. Nobody said anything. We just sat there staring at each other. It wasn't the first time we'd heard something like that. My grandpa finally stood up and told us to stay there. He walked up the stairs slowly. We listened to his steps as they went up, quiet compared to the stomping sounds we had heard. We waited. It felt like forever before he came back down. When he came back, he just looked at us and shook his head. "All the doors are locked," he said. "All the lights are off. There's no one in the house." We all sat there in silence, staring at each other. I felt this tightness in my chest, like I couldn't breathe properly. I kept thinking about how those footsteps sounded. Heavy, real, like an actual man was up there walking around. But there was no man, just us. Eventually, my grandma pressed play, and we finished the movie. But none of us really paid attention to it. That was only one night. That house was filled with moments like that. When I was little, maybe 5 or 6, I used to see these black shapes upstairs. My mom always said I had a big imagination, but I know what I saw. The upstairs had a balcony that overlooked the library. We called it the library, but it was just a big room with 2 shelves of old books and a dusty blue couch no one sat on. The balcony connected to my grandparents' bedroom. Their bedroom connected to a bathroom, which connected to the sewing room, which connected back to the staircase landing. It was like a circle, all the rooms looping back to each other. That upstairs floor always felt heavy. The air felt thick, like it was pressing down on your shoulders. The carpet was dark green and always smelled musty, no matter how many times my grandma vacuumed it. When me and my sister went to the bathroom, we went together. We never said why, but we both knew, just in case something happened. One day, I was standing in my grandparents' bathroom while my sister was peeing. I was bored, staring at the mirror, looking at the little dots on my face. Then I saw it, movement in the corner of my eye. I turned and looked through the doorway into my grandparents' bedroom. There it was, a huge black figure, standing near their bed. It didn't have any shape really, just darkness, taller than a man. It started moving, walking across the room towards us. I felt my heart slam against my ribs so hard it hurt. I screamed and grabbed my sister. We ran. We ran through the sewing room, our feet slapping against the cold floor. As we were running, we heard it. Heavy footsteps behind us. Not on the carpet, on the balcony-wood floor, like it was chasing us. We ran down the stairs so fast I tripped and slid down the last 3 steps. We didn't stop running until we reached the kitchen. We stood there panting, looking at each other, both of us shaking. The sound had stopped the second we reached the kitchen floor. We didn't go back upstairs for hours that day. I never liked being alone in that house, even during the day. Sometimes my mom would go out to town with my grandparents, and I'd be left home alone. I'd sit on the couch in the TV room, trying to watch cartoons, but every little sound made me jump. The creaking pipes, the tick of the old grandfather clock, the rustling of trees outside. It all sounded like footsteps to me. I used to turn the TV up so loud it hurt my ears, just so I couldn't hear the other noises. At night, when I lay in bed, I used to hear footsteps in the hallway. Slow ones, like someone in slippers shuffling past my door. The first few times, I thought it was my grandma going to the bathroom. But then I realized they never stopped at the bathroom door. They just kept going, back and forth, back and forth. I'd pull the blanket over my head and squeeze my eyes shut. I used to count to 100 in my head, thinking if I could reach 100 without hearing it again, I'd be safe. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes I'd hear the footsteps all the way to the end. One time, when I was about 11, my mom went to visit a friend for the night. My grandparents were out at a dinner party. I was home alone. I remember thinking I was old enough to handle it. I made some ramen noodles in the microwave and sat on the kitchen counter eating them straight from the bowl. It was summer, so the sun didn't set until late. I felt okay while it was light out, but then the sun went down. I turned on all the lights in the house, every single one, even the porch lights outside. I sat in the TV room watching some comedy show, trying not to think about the house around me. Then I heard it, from upstairs. It sounded like someone was moving furniture. Heavy scraping sounds, like a chair or dresser being dragged across the floor. I muted the TV and listened. The sounds kept going. Scrape, scrape, thump. I sat there frozen. I wanted to call my mom, but the phone was upstairs in her room. I couldn't make myself go up there. So I just sat there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds until they finally stopped an hour later. After that, I never stayed home alone again. I always found an excuse to go with my grandparents or go to a friend's house. Even as a teenager, I hated being alone there. People always say haunted houses are old and broken down, but this house wasn't. It was built strong, with thick wood beams and solid floors. The carpets were clean, the paint was fresh. It was just wrong, like something was living in the walls. Like the air itself was alive, and it watched you wherever you went. My sister stopped sleeping in her room when she was about 14. She started sleeping on the couch in the TV room every night. My grandma didn't like it, but she let her do it because my sister would cry if she made her sleep upstairs. My sister said she saw a black figure standing in her closet one night. Just standing there, not moving, not making a sound. She screamed until my grandpa came running. After that, she never slept upstairs again. Years later, after we moved out, I went back to visit my grandparents. The house looked smaller than I remembered. The driveway was full of weeds, and the porch wood was cracked. Inside, everything was the same. Same smell, same furniture, same thick, quiet air. I only stayed an hour before I made an excuse to leave. I don't know if it was ghosts. I don't really believe in ghosts. But something was wrong with that house. Maybe it was built on bad soil, or maybe the wood soaked up something dark from the forest. Maybe the quiet and loneliness made us imagine things. But all I know is, it never felt right. The walls felt too close. The shadows felt too dark. The silence felt too heavy. Now, when I think about that house, I don't think about the memories of birthdays or Christmas mornings. I think about that black figure in my grandparents' bedroom. I think about footsteps above us when no one was there. I think about hearing it chase me and my sister down the stairs. I think about sitting alone, listening to furniture move when no one was home. And I feel that tightness in my chest again. I feel that cold sweat on the back of my neck. Even now, as an adult, I double-check the locks on my doors at night. I keep a light on in the hallway. I can't sleep if the room is completely dark. Because when it's dark, I remember that house. And I remember that no matter how many lights we turned on, no matter how many people were home, that house was never safe. It was just waiting for you to be alone, waiting in the quiet. I had been walking for what felt like hours. The sun had already set behind the thick rows of pine trees, and the light that remained was only a faint blue glow behind the black branches. My legs felt heavy and numb from walking all day. The ground was uneven and rocky, covered with old pine needles, fallen twigs, and patches of moss. Every time I stepped on a loose rock, I would slip slightly, feeling my knees and ankles jolt from the sudden shock. My boots were caked with dirt and bits of grass and dried mud from earlier in the day when I had crossed a small marshy area looking for deer tracks. I hadn't planned to stay out this late. I never did. I always made sure I was back at the old logging road before sunset, so I could walk the trail back to my truck in daylight. But today, the day had moved quicker than my senses. I had followed the trail of a buck for hours, hoping to see it, even if I didn't take the shot. Just to see it. To feel that small sense of victory that hunting always gave me. But when the sky turned orange and purple, I realized I had gone too far in. I didn't know exactly where I was. The trees all looked the same in the dark. The noises changed too. The birds had gone quiet. Only the occasional rustling sound of a possum or raccoon moved through the dead leaves. I felt cold air biting at my fingers every time I moved them. My stomach was empty. I could feel a light trembling inside my chest from hunger and exhaustion. The cold made it worse. I pulled my jacket tighter around myself and tried to keep moving forward, hoping I'd eventually hit a trail or a break in the trees where I could find my bearings. But all I saw were black shadows of trees overlapping each other and the long, dark corridor that stretched ahead of me in every direction. At one point, I stopped and just stood there, listening to the faint sound of branches creaking high above in the wind. I felt fear rising in my chest, making my breathing tight and shallow. I kept walking. I tried to keep my pace steady, but after a while, I was dragging my feet. I tripped over roots that curled up from the ground like fingers. I stumbled and hit my knee against a rock. I swore under my breath, feeling the sharp pain spreading down my shin. I sat down for a moment, rubbing it with my gloved hand. When I stood up again, I felt dizzy. My eyes burned with tiredness, and I could feel sleep creeping up on me even as I tried to focus on the dark shapes around me. That was when I saw a clearing up ahead. A small break in the trees where a faint orange light flickered. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me from tiredness, but as I walked closer, I saw the shape of a small cabin. It was old and looked like it had been built a long time ago. The wood was dark and weathered, and the roof sagged in the middle. There were piles of dead leaves stuck in corners around the walls, and I could hear the creaking of a loose shutter in the wind. The door was standing slightly open, and warm light spilled out through the gap, glowing against the ground. I felt relief spread through me. My shoulders relaxed for the first time in hours. I walked up to the cabin, my boots crunching against the gravel and dry leaves scattered at the front. I stood there for a moment, listening for any sounds of people inside, but there was nothing. I pushed the door a little and looked in. The inside was small. There was a stone fireplace against the far wall, and someone had built a fire inside it. The flames crackled softly, lighting up the room with a warm glow. In the center, there was a wooden bed with a thin mattress and a folded blanket on top. The mattress looked old but clean. There was a small wooden stool next to the fireplace and a kettle sitting on a flat stone shelf built into the hearth. I didn't see any bags or hunting gear lying around, no boots or coats or tools that would show someone lived there. But the fire burned strong and steady, not like it had been left alone for long. I hesitated, looking around again. My feet were so sore I felt like I could cry. I stepped inside, feeling the warmth wrap around me like a heavy coat. The wood floor creaked softly under my weight. The smell inside was a mix of smoke, old pine, and earth. I closed the door behind me to keep out the cold wind. I dropped my backpack on the floor near the bed and sat down on the edge of the mattress. It sagged slightly under my weight, but it felt stable. I looked around the room, taking in more details now that I was inside. The walls were covered with portraits, framed paintings, all roughly the same size, hanging side by side along every wall except the one with the fireplace. The frames were made of dark wood, chipped in places, and the glass covering them was dusty and smeared with soot in some spots. At first, I didn't pay much attention to the paintings. I thought maybe they were old family portraits left behind by whoever built the cabin. But as I looked closer, I felt a strange feeling in my chest. Each painting was of a person's face, painted in fine detail, but there was something wrong with every face. Some of them had eyes that were too wide or too close together. Some had twisted mouths pulled back as if in pain. Some had wrinkled skin that looked almost rotten. The colors were faded but lifelike in a way that made my stomach turn. Every pair of eyes in those portraits seemed to be staring directly at me, no matter where I moved. I shifted on the bed and looked away, trying to ignore the feeling. My eyes burned with tiredness, and the warmth of the fire was making my head feel heavy. I lay down slowly on the mattress, pulling the blanket over me. It smelled like old fabric and dust, but it was warm. I closed my eyes, but I could still feel the eyes of the portraits staring at me. It felt like hundreds of eyes were burning holes through my skin, watching every breath I took. I turned over onto my side, facing the wall, trying to block out the sight of those ugly faces. My heart was beating a little too fast, and I felt a tightness in my chest that made it hard to breathe for a while. I pulled the blanket up over my head and focused on the sound of the fire crackling. I told myself there was nothing to worry about. They were just paintings, old and fading, left behind by whoever used to live here. Eventually, sleep pulled me under. I dreamed of walking through the woods, except the trees were bending down towards me, their branches reaching out like hands. In my dream, the faces from the portraits were carved into the bark of the trees, their mouths open in silent screams. I woke up several times in the night, breathing hard and sweating, feeling the cold air on my face as the fire died down. Each time I woke up, I didn't look at the paintings. I kept my eyes closed or focused on the wooden boards of the bed, not wanting to feel that sick feeling in my chest again. When I woke up in the morning, the sunlight was streaming through the gaps in the walls and the window by the bed. I blinked against the bright light, feeling my body ache all over from the hard mattress and from the long day before. I pushed the blanket off and sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes. The room looked different in daylight. Brighter, warmer, less oppressive. The fire had died down to ashes and small blackened pieces of wood. I looked up at the walls, expecting to see the ugly portraits staring back at me with their twisted faces. But there were no portraits. I sat there for a long time, my chest tightening with confusion and a faint sense of fear rising up my throat. There were no paintings on the walls at all. The wooden boards were bare. There was only sunlight streaming in through 4 windows set into the walls, one on each side of the cabin. The glass was dirty and streaked with old grime, but I could see the forest outside clearly. Tall pine trees, a patch of low ferns growing near the side of the cabin, and the pale blue sky above. I stood up and walked around the room, looking at each window, touching the frames with my cold fingers, feeling the flakes of old paint come off under my touch. I didn't understand what I had seen the night before. The faces had looked so real, so detailed, so terrifying. But they weren't there now. There weren't even any nails or hooks in the walls where paintings could have been hung. I stood by one of the windows for a while, looking out at the forest. The sun was up now, and the light made me feel a little safer, a little more alive. I could hear birds chirping in the trees outside, and the faint rustle of wind moving through the branches. My stomach growled, reminding me I needed to eat. I packed up my things quickly, folding the blanket back onto the bed the way I had found it. I opened the door and stepped out into the morning air. It was cold but fresh, and I felt it wake up every nerve in my body. I looked back at the cabin, its wooden walls gray and cracked in the daylight. The windows stared back at me like blank eyes, reflecting the pale blue of the sky. I felt a shiver run down my back as I turned and started walking towards the rising sun, hoping it would guide me back to a trail or a road. As I walked away, I kept thinking about those faces I saw in the night, the way their eyes had burned into me, filled with pain and something darker. I wondered if my tired mind had played tricks on me, seeing paintings where there were only windows, turning the shapes of trees and moonlight outside into horrible faces that stared through the glass. Or maybe it was the fear of the forest at night, the fear of being lost, that had made my mind see what wasn't there. I tried to tell myself it didn't matter anymore. I was alive, the sun was up, and I had to keep moving. But even as I walked through the forest, stepping over fallen branches and ducking under low pine limbs, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in those woods, those faces were still watching me. That they were not paintings at all, but something else, something that waited in the darkness for people like me to stumble into their world. I walked for hours until I found an old trail that led me back to the logging road. When I reached my truck, I sat in the driver's seat for a long time, staring at my shaking hands resting on the steering wheel. The memory of those eyes stayed with me long after I left the forest behind. Sometimes at night, when I close my eyes to sleep, I still see those. She sat alone on her worn-out gray couch, her feet tucked under a thin blanket that smelled faintly of fabric softener. The TV flickered in the dim living room, playing some cooking show she wasn't even really watching. Her eyes were tired from work, and she let her head rest back on the couch cushion, staring blankly at the television as the chef chopped vegetables at lightning speed. The soft ticking of the clock on the wall mixed with the muffled hum of cars passing outside. She could hear the occasional barking of a dog far down the street and the rustle of trees moving in the night wind. The smell of buttered popcorn from earlier still lingered in the room, mixed with a faint hint of lemon air freshener she sprayed before sitting down. Her phone sat beside her on the couch, screen dark. She reached out to check it, scrolling absent-mindedly through social media. Nothing interesting, just people posting their dinners, holiday plans, selfies. She felt a wave of boredom wash over her and tossed the phone aside. The glow of the TV danced across her walls, lighting up the family photos lined neatly above her TV stand. Her mom and dad smiling at her graduation, her older brother with his newborn baby, herself at the beach last summer, wearing a blue swimsuit, her hair wild from the salty wind. The smell of the heater came on, a warm, dusty smell that filled the living room. She pulled the blanket tighter around herself, closing her eyes for a moment, feeling the warmth wrap around her tired body. Just as her eyes were about to close completely, the shrill sound of her phone ringing sliced through the room, sharp and sudden. Her eyes snapped open, heart giving a little jump at the unexpected noise. She glanced at the phone screen. Unknown caller. She wasn't expecting any calls, but curiosity made her pick up. She pressed the phone to her ear and swallowed. Hello. For a moment, all she could hear was static crackling on the line, and then a voice came through, rough and low, as if the man was speaking through rusted metal. I am the Viper, and I am at the top of your neighborhood. She blinked. The voice was raspy and slow, almost like the speaker was struggling to pronounce the words. It took her a second to process it. A smirk crossed her lips as she shook her head, rolling her eyes. Idiot, she whispered to herself and hung up, tossing the phone back onto the couch cushion. Probably some prank caller. Kids or someone bored out of their mind, trying to scare random people. She let out a little laugh under her breath, feeling a flicker of annoyance. She stretched her arms above her head and got up, the floorboards creaking under her weight. She walked into the kitchen, her bare feet cold against the linoleum floor. The kitchen light was harsh against her eyes as she rummaged through the pantry for something to snack on. She grabbed a half-eaten pack of salted peanuts and poured some into a small bowl. The house was quiet except for the TV murmuring in the living room. She poured herself a glass of water, the sound of it filling the glass echoing in the quiet kitchen. She took a sip, feeling the cold water slide down her throat, before grabbing her snack bowl and returning to the living room. She dropped back onto the couch with a sigh, placing the bowl on her lap, brushing her hair back behind her ears. The couch cushion felt warm where she had been sitting. She watched the TV absent-mindedly as she popped peanuts into her mouth one by one, licking the salt off her fingers. She tried to focus on the cooking show again, watching as the chef mixed spices into bubbling curry. Her eyes felt heavy again, the rhythm of the show making her feel sleepy. The house felt warm and calm and safe. Then the phone rang again. She froze for a second, her hand hovering over the bowl. Her heart thumped slightly faster. She swallowed down the dry taste of peanuts and slowly reached for the phone. Again, unknown caller. She let out a frustrated sigh through her nose, feeling a tightness in her chest she hadn't felt before. She pressed the phone to her ear. "Hello," she said, her voice firmer this time. "I am the Viper, and I am at the top of your street." She could hear the same raspy, rattling voice on the other end. The words came out so slowly, almost dragging themselves out of his mouth, sending a shiver up her spine despite her trying to stay calm. She clenched her jaw, feeling anger rising. "Look, this isn't funny. Cut it out, jackass." She snapped and hung up the phone hard, almost throwing it back on the couch. Her breathing was uneven as she glared at the blank TV screen. Her chest felt tight, her stomach churned slightly. She sat still for a moment, listening to the sounds of the house. The ticking clock, the fridge humming quietly, the distant cars outside, the rustle of leaves against the window. She got up and went to the window, pulling aside the thin white curtain. The street outside looked dark and empty. The orange glow from the streetlights made long shadows stretch across the pavement. She scanned the road, her eyes darting to every small movement. A stray cat sprinting across a driveway, tree branches swaying in the breeze, a paper cup rolling along the gutter. She let the curtain drop back into place and turned away from the window, rubbing her arms to ease the goosebumps crawling over her skin. She walked back to the couch and sat down, trying to focus on the TV. The chef was now frying something in a large pan, steam rising into the air. She watched without blinking, forcing herself to stay calm. 5 minutes passed, the longest 5 minutes she had felt in a while. Then the phone rang again. The shrill sound pierced her ears, making her flinch. She growled low in her throat, snatching the phone up with shaking hands. Her thumb pressed hard on the answer button, her breathing shallow and fast. "Look, if you call me again, I'll call the dash. I am the Viper, and I am outside the neighbor's house." The voice cut her off, words oozing down the line like thick oil. Then silence. The caller hung up on her. She sat there, frozen, the phone pressed to her ear as if waiting for more words to come through. Her throat felt dry. She lowered the phone slowly, her hand trembling slightly. She turned her head towards the window again, her chest rising and falling quickly. She stood up and walked to the window, pulling the curtain aside with shaking fingers. Her eyes scanned the street, trying to see the neighbor's house properly, but her angle wasn't good enough. She squinted into the shadows, her breath fogging up the glass slightly. Then, near the hedgerow that separated her yard from her neighbor's, she saw a figure moving. Her blood turned cold. There was someone there. A person, moving slowly, shambling along like their feet were dragging heavy weights. She pressed her face closer to the window, her eyes darting up and down the figure's body. She could see a long handle under the person's arm, sticking out at an angle. Her mind screamed knife, axe, crowbar. Something that could hurt her. Something sharp and heavy and deadly. She stumbled back from the window, heart thumping so hard in her chest it hurt. Her breath came out in shaky gasps as she looked around the living room wildly. Her eyes fell on the phone, and with trembling hands she dialed emergency services. Her fingers slipped on the touchscreen as she typed in the numbers, her vision blurring with tears. When the operator answered, she could barely get the words out, her voice trembling so badly she had to repeat herself 3 times before they understood. She told them about the calls, the man outside, the weapon. They told her to stay on the line and to lock all her doors immediately. She threw the phone onto the coffee table and ran to the front door, twisting the lock until it clicked shut. She leaned her forehead against the cold wood for a moment, her breath ragged, her fingers still gripping the lock. Her eyes were wide and unfocused. The house felt like it was closing in on her, the shadows in the corners growing darker. Then came the knock. It was soft at first, then louder, echoing through the quiet house like gunshots. Her body jerked with each knock, her knees shaking so badly she almost fell over. The knocking continued, slow and deliberate. She could hear his breathing on the other side of the door, deep and ragged, like a wild animal sniffing at its prey. "I am the Viper, and I am outside your door." The voice called out, muffled by the wood, but she could still hear every word clearly, each syllable scraping against her nerves like metal on bone. Her hand flew to her mouth as a sob escaped her lips. She backed away from the door, her feet stumbling over the edge of the rug. The phone was lying on the floor where she had dropped it earlier, the screen flickering from the cracked glass. She lunged for it, but as she picked it up, it slipped from her shaking hands and smashed against the wooden floor, the screen shattering completely. She cried out in frustration and fear, tears streaming down her face. The knocking stopped suddenly, and the silence pressed in around her like heavy walls closing in. Her breathing came in quick, shallow gasps as she listened, her ears straining to catch any sound. Then she heard it. Heavy footsteps, slow and dragging, moving away from the front door. She sat there on her knees, her chest heaving as she sobbed into her hands. For a moment, she felt hope flicker in her chest. Maybe he was leaving. Maybe he had given up. She wiped her tears with trembling fingers and forced herself to take deep breaths. She could hear the clock ticking again, the sound steady and calm in the quiet room. She closed her eyes, trying to calm the shaking of her body. Then she heard his voice again, louder this time, coming from the kitchen. "I am the Viper, and I am at your back door." The words tore through her like ice water. Her eyes snapped open, wide with terror. The back door. She hadn't locked the back door. She scrambled to her feet, her knees almost giving out under her weight as she stumbled towards the kitchen. Her socks slipped on the wooden floor as she ran, her breathing ragged and harsh in her ears. She skidded into the kitchen just as the back door handle began to turn. Her heart stopped. The door swung. I still think about that day, even though so many years have passed. It wasn't something that happened to me directly, but it shook me more than I expected. My godmother told me the story one evening when we were sitting in her old kitchen, drinking chai after dinner. The fan was slowly turning above us, and the night air smelled like dust and grass. I could hear the crickets chirping outside her window. She told me about her friend Jim and his son Timmy, and since then I can't stop thinking about it sometimes, especially when I'm alone at night, or when I see a quiet kid staring at something with that empty look in their eyes. Jim was a simple man. He wasn't the type to make up stories or exaggerate things to sound interesting. He worked in a car repair shop just outside the city and lived with his wife and son in a small but neat two-story house. His father had passed away a year before his son was born. Jim missed him a lot. People who knew Jim's father always said he was a strict but honest man. He didn't smile often, but when he did, it was a big, warm smile that made you feel like you'd done something truly worth it. After he died, the family printed one of his best photos, the one where he was wearing his old brown sweater and standing beside his old blue pickup truck. They framed it and placed it on top of the TV in the living room. It stayed there year after year, collecting tiny layers of dust that Jim's wife would carefully wipe away every weekend. Jim's son Timmy was born with big eyes and a quiet nature. He didn't talk much. He wasn't a loud or playful child like others. Instead, he would sit and watch things carefully, like he was studying the world around him. He liked his toy cars, liked sitting on the carpet and pushing them back and forth, making low engine noises under his breath. Sometimes when Jim came back from work, he would find Timmy sitting in front of the TV stand, staring up at the picture of his grandfather for long minutes, not moving at all. At first, Jim thought nothing of it. He knew kids got curious about faces, especially when it was an old person they had never met before. But Timmy never asked who the man in the picture was. He never pointed to it, never called him Grandpa, or asked why his photo was there. He just sat there, staring up at it with those big eyes, blinking slowly. It was a Saturday afternoon when everything happened. Jim woke up early that day because he wanted to cut the grass before the sun got too hot. He remembered looking out the window as he drank his tea, seeing the backyard grass already half dry and yellow from the last heat wave. His wife was out visiting her sister, so he was alone with Timmy. After he finished his tea, He went downstairs and found Timmy sitting on the floor near the sliding glass door that led to the patio. He was pushing his red toy car back and forth, making quiet little engine sounds. "Stay out of the pool," Jim said to him as he pulled on his work boots near the back door. It was something he always said. Timmy nodded once, without looking up, and continued playing with his car. Jim opened the door and walked out into the backyard. The sun was still low, but the air was already starting to warm up. The smell of grass, dirt, and chlorine from the pool mixed together in that morning breeze. Jim pulled the lawnmower from the shed and started working his way up and down the yard. Every now and then, he would glance over at Timmy through the glass door. The little boy was still there, sometimes moving around to grab a different toy, but always staying on the patio. By the time Jim was halfway done with the grass, sweat was dripping down his back. He wiped his forehead with his arm and took a short break, sitting on the edge of the patio with his boots on the warm concrete. He looked at Timmy, who was now sitting with his legs crossed, humming softly to himself while playing with two toy trucks. Jim smiled. It felt good to watch his son play peacefully like that. After a few minutes, he stood up, stretched his back, and went back to mowing the lawn. When he finished, he rolled the mower back into the shed, locked it, and went inside to wash his hands. The house was quiet and cool. He turned on the tap, letting the cold water run over his hands, feeling the dirt and sweat wash away. As he dried them off with a towel, he glanced out the small kitchen window. He could see part of the patio, but Timmy wasn't there anymore. Jim's stomach tightened a little. He walked through the kitchen into the living room, looking through the big sliding doors. There was no one there. The toys were scattered on the patio, the little red car lying on its side. Jim felt that slight panic that all parents feel when they don't immediately see their child. He called out Timmy's name, his voice low but urgent. There was no answer. He stepped closer to the glass door, pressing his hand against it, peering out. His eyes moved across the patio and towards the pool. That was when he saw it, the ripples. There were gentle ripples spreading out from one side of the pool, the kind that only happened when something had just broken the water's surface. Jim's heart started pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. He didn't think twice. He slid the glass door open and sprinted outside barefoot, ignoring the hot concrete burning his soles. As he ran, he felt like everything slowed down. The sun above was glaring down, white and harsh, and the pool's surface was shimmering in the light. He could hear the sound of water sloshing and splashing. By the time he reached the edge of the pool, the splashing had stopped. For a split second, he imagined seeing his son floating face down, his small body pale under the water. His knees almost gave out with that thought. But when he looked properly, Timmy was standing at the shallow end, water dripping down his hair and face, his clothes soaked and clinging to his small chest. He was standing there calmly, breathing heavily, his shoulders rising and falling with each breath. Jim jumped into the pool, shoes and all, the cold water rushing up to his waist. He grabbed Timmy and lifted him up, checking his face, brushing the wet hair out of his eyes. Timmy looked up at him blankly, blinking water out of his lashes. Jim carried him out of the pool quickly, feeling the rough concrete scrape his knees as he climbed out. He sat on the patio, holding Timmy against his chest, feeling his small heart beating fast. Water dripped from both of them onto the hot ground, making dark little puddles around their feet. He didn't ask anything at first. He just held him there, feeling the relief wash over him in heavy waves. His chest hurt from how hard his heart had been pounding. After a few minutes, he carried Timmy inside, leaving wet footprints on the tiled floor. He took him into the bathroom, pulled off his soaked shirt and shorts, and wrapped him in a big towel. Timmy sat on the edge of the bathtub, staring at the floor as water dripped from his hair onto the bath mat. Jim crouched down in front of him, wiping his wet cheeks with the edge of the towel. He could see that Timmy was shaking a little, maybe from the cold or from shock. He didn't know what to say. He felt angry, scared, relieved, and helpless all at once. He opened his mouth to scold him, but stopped himself. The boy was safe now. That was what mattered. Later that evening, after Jim had changed out of his wet clothes and cleaned up the mess, he sat with Timmy on the couch. The TV was on, playing some old cartoon, but neither of them was watching it properly. Jim kept glancing down at his son, who was curled up beside him with a blanket around his shoulders, sipping warm milk from his favorite mug. His damp hair was sticking up in soft little spikes. Jim's eyes wandered up to the top of the TV, where the photo of his father stood in its wooden frame. The old man was smiling softly in the picture, his arms folded across his chest. That was when Timmy spoke. His voice was so quiet that Jim almost didn't hear it over the sound of the cartoon. He wasn't even looking up. He was just staring at the blanket in his lap. "I fell in the water today," he said softly, almost like he was talking to himself. Jim didn't reply. He waited. After a few seconds, Timmy continued, still not looking up. "But then the man on top of the TV saved me." Jim felt a cold chill move down his spine. He turned his head slowly to look at the photo again. The same photo he had looked at thousands of times before. The same brown sweater. The same old blue pickup truck behind him. The same eyes looking out softly with a quiet kind of strength. Jim didn't say anything. He just sat there, listening to the sounds of the cartoon in the background and the crickets starting up their songs outside as the sun went down. He didn't believe in ghosts. He wasn't a religious man. He didn't think about spirits or angels or anything like that. But he knew his father had been a strong man. The type of man who would never let his family suffer if he could help it. The type of man who would jump into a pool without thinking twice if it meant saving his grandson. That night, after putting Timmy to bed, Jim stood alone in the living room, looking at the photo again. The house was quiet, except for the soft ticking of the old clock above the kitchen doorway. The air smelled faintly of chlorine and damp towels. He walked over and picked up the photo frame. He felt the weight of it in his hands, the cool glass under his fingertips. For a long time, he just stood there, staring into his father's eyes. He thought about all the times his father had protected him when he was young. The times he'd scolded him for running into the street. The times he'd grabbed his hand when crossing busy roads. The times he'd come to his school meetings, standing in the back of the classroom with his big rough hands folded across his chest, just watching to make sure everything was okay. He wondered if somehow, even after death, that instinct to protect had stayed alive in some form. Not as a ghost, not as a shadow or a voice in the night, but just as that leftover strength of a man who had spent his whole life protecting his family. Jim put the photo back on top of the TV carefully. He wiped a small fingerprint off the glass with the edge of his shirt. Then he turned off the light and went upstairs to his room. He lay awake for a long time, listening to the quiet hum of the ceiling fan. I remember I must have been around 10 years old when this happened. It was early November, not long after Halloween, and it was starting to get cold outside at night. The evenings would come so fast then. One moment I'd be watching TV or playing with my toys in the living room, and the next, it would be pitch dark outside the windows. The days felt short, and even though I hated how fast it got dark, there was something comfortable about being in my room at night with my little lamp on, laying in bed with all my blankets piled up on me. I always felt so safe under my blankets. It was like nothing could get me there. The cold air in the room would touch my face, but the rest of my body felt warm and protected, and that always made me feel sleepy. That night, I remember it was around 11 or so. I had stayed up too late reading. I was never much of a reader for school books, but I had this Goosebumps book that I borrowed from my friend, and I didn't want to return it without finishing it. I read it under my blankets with a little torch I kept hidden from my parents. My eyes had started to hurt from the small light, and I finally closed the book, stuffed it under my pillow, and laid down properly to sleep. I remember the house felt so silent. My parents' room was across the hall, and their door was closed. I could hear the sound of the fridge humming faintly from the kitchen down the hallway. That was a sound I always heard at night, and it comforted me. I don't know why, but the fridge hum was like proof that the world was still moving, still alive, that everything was normal. I laid there for a while, thinking about the ending of the Goosebumps story, trying to imagine what I would do if I ever saw a real ghost or monster. I pulled the blankets tighter around my neck, tucking the ends under my chin until only my eyes and nose peeked out. The pillow under my head felt cold and soft, and my mattress was warm from where I had been laying. My room was dark except for the soft yellow glow from my night light in the corner. That tiny bulb barely lit anything up, but it was enough to keep the darkness from feeling heavy. As I lay there, I remember I felt so comfortable and sleepy, ready to drift off, when I heard this scratchy noise. At first, I thought maybe I was just imagining it. I had been reading a scary book, after all, so I told myself my brain was making up sounds because I was still thinking about monsters and creepy things. I squeezed my eyes shut and turned slightly onto my side, facing the wall. I tried to ignore it. I thought maybe it was just the house settling. My dad always said old houses make noises at night, wood shifting, pipes cooling down, that sort of thing. But then I heard it again. A scratchy, scraping sound, this time clearer. My heart started beating a little faster. It sounded like something scratching lightly on the hardwood floor under my bed. I held my breath and just listened. The room felt colder suddenly, or maybe that was just in my mind. I stared at the wall in front of me, trying to listen carefully without moving. The sound stopped for a few seconds, and I felt a tiny bit of relief. But then there was a thud. Not a loud thud, but like something small had knocked against the floor or a piece of furniture. It wasn't heavy like a footstep or someone dropping something big, but it was loud enough to hear clearly in the silent room. I felt my skin crawl a little. I was only 10, and I was alone in my room. It was so late, and the thought of there being something under my bed made my chest feel tight. I pulled my blankets up closer to my eyes and just lay there, staring at the wall, feeling the darkness pressing against my back. My mind started coming up with images of what it could be. I imagined a long, thin hand reaching out from under my bed, claws dragging along the floorboards, scratching the wood slowly, waiting for me to move so it could grab my foot and drag me down under the bed into some dark place. I tried to push those thoughts away. I told myself it was nothing, that I should just close my eyes and sleep. But the noise didn't stop. It became regular, scratching and thumping, scratching and thumping. The sounds moved. At first, it was right under me, under my bed. Then I heard it closer to the end of the bed, then near the dresser by my door. I could hear it so clearly. Scratch, scratch, thud. Scratch, scratch, thud. Over and over again. My breathing felt shaky, and I tried to keep quiet. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to lift my head and look down at the floor in case something was really there, staring back at me from the dark under my bed. I thought about yelling for my parents. My dad would come in, turn the lights on, and everything would be fine. But at the same time, I didn't want to call out and have whatever was down there know I was awake. I felt trapped in my own fear. My ears felt hot, and my heart was pounding so loud I thought maybe whatever was down there could hear it. Minutes passed, or maybe it was only seconds, but it felt like forever. I laid there listening to that sound. I imagined a little demon with black eyes scratching its claws on the floor. I imagined a creepy doll dragging itself across the room to come up on my bed. I imagined a thin gray hand curling around the end of my blanket. All those images from horror movies and books just kept coming into my head, and I felt so scared I thought I would start crying. But I didn't cry. I just laid there, stiff as a board under my blankets, feeling the heat of my own breath trapped under the covers. After what felt like 10 minutes of listening, I finally decided I couldn't just lay there anymore. My curiosity was starting to fight my fear. I needed to know what was making the sound. I told myself it was better to see it than to keep imagining something worse. My stomach felt tight, and my chest felt heavy as I started to sit up. I moved so slowly, like I thought sudden movements would make whatever it was jump out at me. My mattress creaked a little under my weight, and I froze, listening. The scratching sound stopped for a moment, and I thought maybe it had heard me. I slowly pushed my blankets off my head and shoulders, feeling the cold air rush over my sweaty skin. I gripped the blankets in my fists and sat up straight, taking a deep breath. I stared into the darkness of my room. The dim yellow glow of my night light didn't reach very far. My eyes darted around, looking for any shape or movement. I looked down at the side of my bed, expecting to see long claws reaching out or a shadowy figure crouched on the floor. But then I saw something small scurry quickly across the floor towards my door. It moved so fast that at first, I couldn't even understand what it was. I grabbed my torch from under my pillow with shaking hands and flicked it on, pointing the beam at the floor near the door. The bright white light lit up that corner of my room, and I saw something that made me stop breathing for a second. There was a lollipop pressed against the bottom of my door. It was my Halloween lollipop, one of those big round ones with the colorful swirls. I had left it on my dresser after coming home from trick-or-treating, thinking I would eat it later, but I forgot about it. Now it was lying on the floor, halfway unwrapped, with small little bite marks all over the sticky candy. Next to it, I saw a tiny mouse. Its fur was gray, and it was standing on its back legs, its little paws holding onto the stick of the lollipop. I could see its shiny black eyes blinking fast in the torchlight, and its small pink nose twitching as it sniffed at the candy. For a moment, the mouse and I just stared at each other. I felt frozen, not with fear this time, but with surprise. The mouse tried to pull the lollipop under the door again, but the candy head was too big to fit through the small gap. The stick kept bending under the mouse's pulling, and I saw it dig its tiny claws into the floor to try and get better grip. It scratched and scratched at the floor, dragging the lollipop back towards it, then let it go when it wouldn't fit. That was the scratching noise I heard all along. Every time it let go, the stick would slap back onto the hardwood floor with a small thud. That was the thumping noise. I felt my whole body relax all at once, like a huge weight was lifted off my chest. I let out a shaky breath I didn't even know I was holding, and watched as the mouse finally gave up and scurried quickly along the edge of the wall, disappearing into a small gap behind my dresser. I sat there for a while, staring at the lollipop, feeling my heartbeat slow down to normal. My room felt different now. The darkness didn't seem scary anymore. I reached over and turned on my main light. The bright ceiling bulb lit up my posters, my bookshelf, my clothes scattered on the floor, making everything feel normal again. Safe again. I climbed out of bed and walked over to the lollipop. I picked it up by the stick and saw all the tiny teeth marks covering it. The candy was sticky and dirty from the floor. I felt grossed out knowing the mouse had been chewing on it, so I carried it to my trash bin and threw it away. I walked back to my bed, sat down, and looked around my room again. Everything looked so normal and harmless now. My old wooden dresser with its chipped paint, my poster of the Hulk peeling off on one side, my stack of comics on the table, my backpack leaning against my chair. All of it felt like it had gone back to normal life. I climbed back under my blankets and turned off my main light, leaving only the small night light glowing in the corner. My bed felt warm again as I settled in, pulling the blankets up to my chin. I closed my eyes and let out a long, slow breath. I still felt a little jumpy, thinking about how scared I had been just a few minutes before. All those images of monsters under my bed felt so stupid now. It was just a little mouse trying to steal my Halloween candy. The scratching, the thudding, the creeping fear in my chest, all because of a tiny hungry mouse. I laid there thinking about how funny it would be to tell my friends about this at school. They'd probably laugh so hard, saying I got scared of a mouse. But in that moment, alone in my bed, I felt proud of myself for having the courage to sit up and see what it was. My eyelids started feeling heavy, and I listened to the quiet sounds of the house again. The fridge humming down the hallway, the small ticking of my wall clock. When I was about 10 years old, I remember that evening so clearly it feels like I'm still standing in that small hallway in my pajamas, feeling the cold wood floor under my feet. My father had gone duck hunting that day with his friends. They'd left early, way before the sun came up, and I remembered waking up to the sound of his boots crunching on the gravel driveway as he left. My mother spent most of that day cleaning and cooking. She always cleaned a lot when Dad was away. She moved around the house with her hair tied back, wearing that same old gray t-shirt that was too big for her, with a few faded cooking stains across the stomach. I spent the day watching TV, lying on my stomach in the lounge room, and occasionally going outside to kick around a ball by myself on the grass. The afternoon felt quiet. It always did when he was gone. Even though Dad wasn't a loud man, his presence was heavy in the house. When he was gone, it felt like someone had lifted a heavy blanket off us, and the air was lighter. My mother moved differently when he wasn't there. She was calmer. She would hum while she washed dishes and talk to herself quietly about the shopping list or the cleaning she needed to do tomorrow. That day, she made a big pot of chicken stew that sat bubbling on the stove for hours, filling the house with that warm smell of broth, garlic, and pepper. Around 6 o'clock, we ate dinner together at the small table near the window. I remember watching the sun setting beyond the big oak tree in the backyard while she told me to finish my vegetables. After dinner, she let me watch some TV before sending me off to bed around 10 p.m. I brushed my teeth in the small bathroom down the hall. The cold tiles pressed into the soles of my feet. I spat out the mint foam into the sink and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand before rinsing the sink clean. I walked back to my room, switched off the light, and crawled into bed. My blankets were cold, and I curled up into a tight ball, pulling them up to my chin. I listened to the quiet hum of the house settling in the cool night. Somewhere deep in the walls, I could hear the old pipes ticking as they cooled. My window was cracked open just a little, and I could hear crickets outside in the darkness. I think I fell asleep quite fast that night, even though I had been waiting for Dad to come home. I always waited, even though he told me never to stay up. There was something comforting about hearing him walk back into the house, boots heavy, keys jingling. But that night, sleep pulled me under before he returned. I woke up around midnight. I didn't wake up suddenly, like from a nightmare. It was more like I drifted upwards from sleep, like floating from deep water to the surface. The first thing I heard was laughter coming from the kitchen. I lay there on my back, staring up at the faint shadows on my ceiling, and listened. There was the scrape of a chair leg across the old linoleum floor. Boots thudded against the ground. Someone coughed, a short, rough cough, and then there was more laughter. My father's voice carried through the hall, deeper than the others. I couldn't hear the words, just the deep rolling sound of his talking. I felt wide awake then. It was that warm, comforting feeling I used to get when I knew Dad was home and everything was safe again. I sat up and swung my legs out of bed. My room was cold. I rubbed at my arms for a moment before getting up and walking to the door. The hallway light wasn't on, but the kitchen light spilled out into the hall, illuminating the narrow strip of old carpet and the faded wallpaper with tiny blue flowers. I padded down the hall slowly, each step silent. I reached my bedroom door, opened it just a crack, and stood there, peeking out through the small gap. I could see into the kitchen. Dad was sitting in his chair at the head of the table. He was still wearing his heavy hunting jacket, unzipped, and his hair was flattened from his hat. His friends were sitting around the table too. They all had drinks in their hands. The table was cluttered with mugs, a couple of open bottles, empty glasses, a half-empty packet of biscuits, and a plate with the remains of dinner that someone must have reheated when they got back. My mother was there too, standing near the stove with her arms crossed, smiling slightly as she listened. At first, it felt normal. They were talking about the hunting trip, telling stories, laughing about things that had happened out there. One of Dad's friends was describing how his boot had sunk deep into the mud, and he nearly fell face first into the water while trying to pull it out. Everyone laughed loudly at that, and I smiled too just watching. But then something strange started happening. It was a small feeling at first, almost like a tickle at the back of my mind. I realized that I knew exactly what Dad's friend was going to say next. Before he even finished his sentence about the mud, I knew he was going to say something about how his other boot nearly got stuck too, and then he joked that the ducks were laughing at him. And that's exactly what he said, word for word. I stood there, feeling goosebumps rising on my arms as I pressed my forehead against the doorframe. I shook my head slightly, thinking maybe I had heard this story before, but I knew I hadn't. Then Dad started talking. He leaned back in his chair, took a sip from his glass, and I just knew, that he was about to tell the story about how his gun jammed in the morning, and he spent 15 minutes trying to fix it while a whole group of ducks flew overhead. He told it exactly how I knew he would. Every single word matched what was in my head. My heart started beating faster. I felt like I couldn't move from that spot. I stared at them from behind the door as the conversation continued. Each time someone opened their mouth to speak, the words popped into my mind a second or two before they actually said them. I whispered them under my breath, testing it, and every single time I was right. It was like I had dreamed the entire conversation before waking up. My mouth felt dry. My chest felt tight. I tried to tell myself that maybe I had fallen asleep again and was dreaming it all, but I could feel the cold floor under my feet. I could smell the stale stew and cigarette smoke drifting down the hall. I could hear the faint ticking of the clock in the living room. Everything felt so real. I started feeling scared then, not of them, but of myself. I felt like I had been given a glimpse of something I wasn't supposed to see. Like someone had peeled back the curtain on the world, just for a moment, and I was seeing how it actually worked behind the scenes. The conversation kept going. Dad's other friend started talking about how his truck had gotten stuck in the mud near the hunting spot, and I knew he was going to say that he had to get out and push it while another guy steered. He said it exactly. I whispered it before he did, my voice trembling. My whole body felt cold and light, like I was floating. They kept laughing and talking, not realizing that a 10-year-old boy was standing in the hallway predicting every single word. I pressed my back against the wall and slid down to sit on the floor. I tucked my knees up to my chest and hugged them tightly. My mind was spinning. I felt sick, like I was going to throw up. I didn't want to hear them anymore. I covered my ears with my hands and squeezed my eyes shut, but I could still hear their voices, muffled but still clear in my mind, still knowing what each person was going to say next. I don't know how long I sat there like that, but eventually I felt so exhausted that I crawled back into my room on hands and knees. climbed into bed, and pulled the blanket over my head. My heart was still racing. I kept my eyes closed tight and tried to focus on my breathing, feeling my chest rise and fall under the blanket. I tried to pretend I was somewhere else, anywhere else, where my head felt normal again. I didn't sleep well that night. I woke up again just before dawn. My room felt gray and silent. I lay there staring at the ceiling, feeling the scratchy fabric of my old pillowcase against my cheek. My body felt heavy and tired, like I hadn't slept at all. When I finally got up, I walked slowly down the hall. The kitchen was empty. The table was littered with empty glasses, crumpled napkins, and a few cigarette butts in a plate. The chairs were pushed back, and I could see the muddy prints from their boots dried on the floor. The house felt dead quiet, the way it always did in the early morning when everyone was sleeping off their tiredness. I walked over to the sink and poured myself a glass of water. I drank it slowly, staring out the window at the pale sky. The sun hadn't risen yet, but the first light was creeping in, turning the dark blue into a dusty gray. I set the glass down and pressed my hands against the cool metal edge of the sink, feeling the cold seep into my palms. I remember feeling so different that morning, like I wasn't really me anymore, like the world wasn't really the world I thought it was. I kept thinking about how I knew every word they were going to say. It wasn't like guessing. It was like reading from a script. I wondered if that's what life really was, just people reading from scripts that we can't see. I felt small. I felt like I was standing on a tiny rock floating in endless darkness, and all of this, my family, my house, the trees outside, were just pictures painted onto glass. I didn't tell anyone about it. Not that morning, not ever. What would I say? That I predicted everything they were going to say word for word before they said it? They would have laughed, or worse, they would have looked at me the way Dad sometimes looked at people he didn't understand, with a frown and a distant stare, like he was trying to figure out what they were worth to him. So I kept it to myself. That day I went to school like normal. I remember sitting in class staring at the chalkboard, watching the teacher's hand as she wrote out the spelling list. I watched the dust fall from the chalk with every stroke. Everything felt strange. My friends talked to me at recess, and I just nodded, feeling like I was floating behind my own eyes. I didn't hear what they said properly. I kept looking around at everyone, wondering if they were really thinking what they were saying, or if they were just reading from their scripts too, without knowing it. That night, I lay in bed staring up at the ceiling again, thinking about how the world felt different now. I kept replaying the conversation from I woke up before sunrise that day. I don't really know why. Sometimes my body just decides sleep is over, and there's nothing I can do to convince it otherwise. I lay there staring at the ceiling of my room for a while, listening to the quiet hum of the fridge out in the kitchen and the ticking of the wall clock near my bed. I could hear the faint chirping of birds starting outside. I rolled over, checking my phone to see it was only 5:02 a.m. Too early to call anyone, too early to really do anything. But my mind felt awake, so I sat up on the edge of the bed, rubbing my eyes, feeling the stiffness in my back from sleeping on one side the whole night. My room was cold, colder than I expected. I grabbed the old gray hoodie off the chair and put it on, pulling the sleeves down over my hands for warmth. I walked out into the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water. It was silent outside, no traffic sounds, no distant barking dogs, nothing. Just that early morning quiet. I drank the water slowly, feeling it run down my dry throat, then placed the glass in the sink and looked around my small apartment. Everything was where it should be. My shoes lined up by the door, my keys on the counter, my bag on the table. I didn't feel like being inside anymore, so I decided to go out for a walk to clear my head. I put on my shoes, grabbed my phone and wallet, and stepped out into the dim morning light. The air outside was crisp. It smelled like wet concrete and distant burning wood, that faint smoky smell some houses give off early in the morning. I started walking down the street, feeling the cool breeze brushing against my face. The streetlights were still on, casting yellow circles of light on the quiet road. I walked past a few closed shops with their shutters down and past the small park near the end of my street. I saw a stray dog sleeping near the bench, curled up tight trying to keep warm. I kept walking, my hands tucked into the pocket of my hoodie, my eyes half focused on the road ahead and half lost in my own thoughts. I reached the edge of town in about 15 minutes. There's a dirt path that goes from there into a small forested area. I've walked there a few times during the day, but never before sunrise. I hesitated for a bit, looking down the path that disappeared between tall trees, the sky above slowly turning a deep blue with hints of orange. I decided to walk it anyway. There was no one around. I stepped off the road onto the dirt, feeling small stones crunch under my shoes, and started walking down the path. The forest wasn't really dense. You could see a good distance between the trees, but there were still shadows everywhere, long, thin shadows stretching across the ground from the low sun. Birds were starting to wake up, chirping loudly in the branches high above. The path was dry, with a few fallen leaves and twigs scattered all over. I kept my head down, watching my steps, trying not to slip or trip over anything. I walked for about 10 minutes into the woods, taking in the quiet, the smell of earth and leaves, feeling the air get colder as I went deeper in. I noticed a small side trail to my left, one I hadn't seen before. It was narrow and overgrown, with branches reaching across it like thin arms. I don't know what made me decide to go down it. Maybe curiosity, maybe boredom, maybe just that empty morning feeling when you don't care where you end up. I pushed aside the branches and started walking down the narrow trail. It was quiet here, no birds, no breeze, just the sound of my shoes stepping over twigs and dry leaves. The trail twisted left and right, weaving between tall, thin trees. I walked slowly, brushing aside spider webs that stretched across the path. I felt the sticky threads on my fingers and wiped them on my hoodie. I kept going, deeper in, the light getting dimmer as the trees grew thicker overhead. I could hear my breathing, louder than normal, echoing in my ears as I walked. The path started to slope downwards, and soon I found myself walking into a small hollow in the ground, like a shallow bowl surrounded by trees. There were broken branches everywhere, fallen trees lying half-rotted on the ground, moss growing on them in thick green clumps. I stepped over one of the fallen trunks and stood still for a moment, looking around. That's when I noticed something strange. There were clothes scattered on the ground to my right. Old clothes, torn and dirty, covered in dried mud and leaves. There was a shirt, ripped at the sleeves, half buried in the dirt. A pair of faded jeans with the knees torn open. An old brown shoe with its sole peeling off, lying on its side. It looked like they had been there for a long time. I felt a tightness in my chest as I stared at them. There was something unsettling about finding clothes like that, deep in the woods, with no one around. I took a few steps closer, looking down at the pile. There was also an old backpack lying there, the zippers rusted shut, the fabric covered in moss. I felt my stomach turn as I imagined who they might have belonged to, why they were here, why they had been left behind. I didn't want to touch anything, so I stepped back and looked around the hollow again. That's when I noticed the smell. At first it was faint, like something damp and rotten. As I moved a few steps to the left, the smell got stronger. It was a thick, sour smell that made my eyes water a little. I felt my heart beat faster as I realized it wasn't just damp earth I was smelling. I turned in the direction it was coming from and saw a small mound of branches piled against the base of a tree. The branches looked like they had been stacked there deliberately. There was something off about how neat the pile was. I walked closer, feeling my knees shake slightly as the smell grew stronger with every step. Flies buzzed around the pile, landing and taking off, their tiny bodies glinting in the dim light. My breathing grew shallow as I reached out and pushed one of the branches aside with the tip of my shoe. That's when I saw what was underneath. My whole body froze. Under the branches was the bloated, half-decayed body of a deer. Its eyes were gone, its mouth twisted open, black liquid dried around its lips. Its fur was patchy and falling off in clumps, its legs stiff and stretched out at odd angles. I felt sick, my stomach turning so hard I almost threw up. I stepped back quickly, tripping over a root behind me and falling onto my side. My hands sank into the damp soil, picking up mud and dead leaves. I scrambled to my feet, wiping my hands on my jeans, my heart pounding so loud it drowned out everything else. I stared at the dead deer, at the way its body was hidden under the branches, and I felt an overwhelming urge to run. But I didn't. Not yet. Something about the way the branches were stacked made me uneasy. It wasn't like the deer had died there naturally, and the branches had just fallen on it. Someone had put them there. Someone had hidden the body. I looked around, feeling exposed and vulnerable. The forest was silent again. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just the buzzing of the flies. I felt like I was being watched. I couldn't see anyone, but the feeling was so strong it made my skin crawl. I turned around and started walking back the way I came, trying to move quickly but quietly, my ears straining for any sound. My breathing was shallow and fast, and my hands were trembling slightly. I kept looking over my shoulder as I walked, half expecting to see someone standing there watching me. I reached the narrow trail again and started walking up it, pushing aside the branches that slapped against my face and arms. I could feel sweat running down my back despite the cold. I just wanted to get out of there. The trail felt longer going back. Every step felt heavier, like the air itself was pressing down on me. I could hear twigs snapping behind me every now and then, and every time I stopped and turned, there was nothing there. Just empty woods and shadows. When I finally reached the main path, I almost cried from relief. I turned left and started walking quickly back towards the edge of the forest, my eyes darting from side to side, checking between trees for any movement. The sun was up now, but its light didn't reach this part of the forest properly. Everything was still dim and gray. I kept walking, almost jogging, feeling my knees ache with each step. As I neared the end of the path, I heard a rustling sound behind me, louder than before. I didn't turn around this time. I just started running. My feet pounded the dirt, slipping and catching on roots and stones. Branches whipped against my arms and face as I pushed through them. I didn't care about the scratches or the mud on my shoes. I just ran, my heart thumping so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. When I finally reached the road at the edge of the forest, I stopped and turned around, panting heavily, my chest burning. The path behind me was empty, just silent trees swaying slightly in the morning breeze. I stood there for a long time, trying to catch my breath, wiping the sweat from my forehead with my sleeve. My legs were shaking so hard I thought I might collapse right there on the side of the road. I walked back home slowly, my mind blank except for the image of the dead deer under the branches, the torn clothes lying nearby, and that thick sour smell that still seemed to cling to the inside of my nose. When I reached my apartment, I sat down on the edge of my bed and took off my shoes. My socks were damp with sweat and mud. I sat there for a long time, staring at the floor, feeling the cold air of the room on my skin. I never told anyone about what I saw that morning. I don't really know why. Maybe I felt like they wouldn't understand, or maybe I just didn't want to relive the feeling of that place. But after that day, I never went back down that path again. I still go for walks sometimes, but I stay on the main road now, close to where there are houses and people and cars passing by. I don't go down narrow trails or into hollows hidden under trees. That morning changed the way I feel about the woods. Before, they felt peaceful. Now they feel like a place where things go to hide, things that aren't meant to be found. Every now and then, early in the morning when I wake up before sunrise, I think about those clothes lying in the dirt. I woke up early that morning, before the sun had fully come up, because I wanted to get to the trailhead before the crowds showed up. I had planned this hike for weeks. It was a 12-mile loop through the national forest, mostly used by hunters and rangers, not really tourists. I packed 2 big bottles of water, a few granola bars, a sandwich in a zip bag, and some mixed nuts. I also brought my small emergency kit, a thin poncho, a roll of gauze, a tiny LED flashlight with spare batteries, and my old flip phone. I knew there was no signal out there, but it felt safer to carry it anyway. When I arrived at the parking area just off the dirt forest road, it was empty. No other cars. I was glad about that. I like silence when I walk alone. The air felt cold against my face, and I stood there for a while, just listening to the quiet. The sun hadn't broken the tree line yet, but a faint blue glow lit up the sky, and birds had started singing, hidden high above. I locked my car, slung my small backpack over my shoulder, and started walking down the path marked with a faded wooden sign that simply read Loop Trail. The first 2 miles went by easily. I felt the usual morning chill fade as my body warmed up. The forest smelled of damp earth, pine needles, and old leaves that had gathered and rotted along the trail's edges. I walked over small rocks and fallen branches, stopping a few times to drink water. There were spider webs strung across the path, and I had to keep brushing them off my face with the back of my hand. A rabbit darted across once, and a woodpecker hammered away somewhere nearby. About 3 miles in, the path started sloping down into a darker part of the woods where the trees grew thick and close together. There was almost no undergrowth, just brown pine needles covering the ground. It felt cooler there. I slowed down and listened carefully for any sound of bigger animals, but I heard nothing except my own breathing and the crunch of needles under my boots. I remember looking to my right at one point and seeing an old broken tree stump with fungi growing on it, layered like tiny brown steps. Past that stump, the land dropped steeply into a small gully filled with ferns. I stopped to take a sip of water again, squatting down to rest my knees for a moment. That was when I first noticed something strange. Down in that gully, in between the ferns, there was a shape that didn't look like rock or fallen wood. It was brown, kind of wide at the bottom, narrower at the top. I squinted and leaned forward to see better, but from where I was maybe 15 feet above, it was partly hidden by plants. At first, I thought it was a bear standing up or leaning against a tree, but then it shifted slightly, and I saw two long, dark shapes that looked like arms hanging down. I stayed still for a long time, just staring at it, waiting for it to move again so I could tell what it was. My heart started beating harder, and my ears filled up with the sound of my blood rushing. After about a minute of silence, I stood up slowly and backed away from the edge of the trail. I didn't want to make any noise in case it was a bear or a person down there doing something dangerous. I turned and continued down the trail, walking faster than before. My head felt hot. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but the trees were so dense I couldn't see back into that gully anymore. I tried to calm myself down by focusing on my footsteps, counting them under my breath to keep from panicking. 1, 2, 3, 4. Breathe in. 5, 6, 7, 8. Breathe out. Maybe half a mile later, the trail curved sharply left, then right, then sloped upward. The sun had fully come up by then, and I felt a bit better. I told myself it was probably a tree stump or a deer standing weirdly. But then, just as the trail leveled out at the top of a small ridge, I saw another shape up ahead. This one was clearer. It was a person, standing on the trail facing away from me. I froze. My heart hammered in my chest so hard it almost hurt. The person was wearing a brown coat that reached their knees, dark pants, and black boots. Their hair was dark and messy, hanging just below their shoulders. They weren't moving at all, just standing there. I waited, hoping they'd turn and see me so I could wave and say a quick hello to break the tension. But they didn't move. I couldn't even see them breathing. I stood there for almost a minute, just staring at their back, feeling sweat gathering under my arms even though the air was cold. Then they shifted slightly, stepping forward off the trail and disappearing into the trees. They didn't turn their head or look around. They just stepped off and were gone. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to turn back immediately, but the other part told me I was already almost halfway through the loop, and it would be shorter to keep going than to retrace my steps. I forced my legs to move, and I walked past the place where they'd been standing, looking into the trees, but I saw nothing. Just empty forest and low ferns covering the ground. I kept walking, faster now, almost jogging in places where the trail was clear enough. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made me flinch. Once, a bird flew out from a bush next to me, and I nearly screamed. My chest felt tight, and my throat was dry even though I kept sipping water. I felt like I was being watched the entire time. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever that was, they were moving through the woods, keeping pace with me, staying out of sight. The trail wound down again into another dip. This part of the forest was darker, with huge pine trees blocking out most of the sunlight. I felt my legs growing tired, and my feet ached inside my boots, but I kept moving. The air smelled damp and sharp, almost moldy. I remember passing a fallen log covered in bright green moss, and thinking it looked like a velvet bench. After about another mile, the path widened out a bit where two trails merged. There was an old wooden sign nailed to a tree, but the writing had faded away completely. Here, the ground was covered in dead leaves, and my boots made a crunching sound with every step. I stopped to catch my breath, bending over with my hands on my knees. When I stood up and looked down the path ahead, I saw them again. This time, they were crouched by a small boulder on the side of the trail, facing towards me but looking down at the ground. Their hair hid their face, but I could see their hands resting on their knees, pale against the dark coat. My whole body went cold. I felt dizzy, like I was about to pass out. I wanted to turn and run, but my legs wouldn't move. I just stood there, staring at them, waiting for them to notice me. They didn't move at all. They stayed crouched like that for what felt like forever. Finally, I forced myself to take a step back, then another. Then I turned and walked away, back down the trail I had just come from. My brain screamed at me that I was going the wrong way, that I was going back towards where they had been earlier, but I couldn't make myself walk past them. I walked for miles without stopping. My legs burned, and my shoulders ached from the weight of my pack. I kept looking behind me every few seconds, my neck starting to cramp from the constant twisting. I didn't care. I just needed to make sure they weren't following me. At one point, I tripped over a tree root and fell hard onto my knees and hands. My right knee slammed into a sharp rock, and pain shot up my leg. I stayed down for a moment, gasping, my palms scraped raw and stinging. I tasted blood in my mouth from where I'd bitten my tongue. I forced myself up and kept moving, limping slightly as I walked. Eventually, I saw the sun glinting off something through the trees. It was my car. Relief flooded through me so strong I almost started crying. I half-jogged down the last part of the trail, stumbling over rocks and roots. When I reached the parking area, I fumbled with my keys, dropping them twice before unlocking the door and throwing my pack into the passenger seat. I climbed in, slamming the door shut and locking it immediately. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely get the key into the ignition. When the engine finally started, I backed out too fast, the tires spinning in the loose gravel before gripping enough to shoot me forward. I didn't look back as I drove down the dirt road. My knee throbbed, and my hands stung with every vibration of the steering wheel. My throat felt tight, and I kept swallowing to keep from crying. When I finally reached the main road, I pulled over onto the shoulder and sat there with the engine idling, staring at my scraped palms. Tiny pieces of dirt were embedded in the wounds, and blood oozed out from where the skin had torn. I wiped them on my jeans and sat there for a while, trying to breathe normally. After about 15 minutes, I felt calm enough to keep driving. I went straight home, didn't stop anywhere, didn't even look at the gas gauge. I just drove, my eyes scanning the road ahead, every car that passed making me flinch. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I turned off the engine and sat there for a long time, just listening to the ticking sound of the cooling metal under the hood. That night, I lay in bed with the lights on, staring at the ceiling. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them standing there on the trail, unmoving, head down, hair covering their face. I kept thinking about how they didn't say anything, didn't even acknowledge me, just stood there like a statue. I didn't sleep at all. I kept listening for any sound outside my window, convinced I'd hear footsteps on the gravel driveway or see a shadow pass under the streetlight. The next morning, I checked my knee. It was swollen and bruised, but I could walk on it. My hands were scabbed over and sore. I cleaned them with antiseptic and bandaged the worst cuts. I tried to eat breakfast but couldn't keep anything down, so I just drank water and sat by the window, staring out at the street. I haven't been back to that trail since. I told myself it was probably just another hiker, maybe a homeless person living out there, maybe someone who didn't want to be seen. But deep down, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like something was wrong with them, something that made my body scream at me to get away. I woke up before sunrise that day. My phone alarm buzzed beside my pillow, vibrating the cheap wooden table it sat on. I turned it off quickly before it woke anyone else in the house. I laid there for a while, listening to the quiet hum of the ceiling fan above me, its blades clicking softly each time they passed the motor. The room smelled like old paint and dusty blankets. My eyes felt heavy and dry, and I thought about just rolling over and falling back asleep. But I had promised myself I would go for a run this morning before work, to clear my head. I sat up, feeling the stiff ache in my neck from sleeping funny, and rubbed my eyes until I could see the pale morning light creeping in through the curtains. I changed into my running clothes in the dark. The shorts felt cold when I pulled them on, and the loose t-shirt clung to my back with leftover sweat from yesterday's run. I tied my laces tight and stood in front of the mirror. My hair was flat on one side and sticking out on the other, but I didn't care. I grabbed my phone, headphones, and keys and slipped out of the house as quietly as I could, shutting the door behind me without a sound. Outside, the air was still and humid. It felt like it hadn't cooled down at all overnight. The sky was just starting to turn light gray above the neighbors' rooftops, and the birds were making their first tired calls from the trees. The streetlights were still on, making small yellow pools along the empty road. I started jogging down the footpath, past the familiar cracked slabs, and the old tree with roots that pushed the concrete up into small hills. My breathing felt rough at first, catching on the back of my throat with each step, but I kept going, focusing on the rhythm of my feet hitting the ground. I didn't see anyone else out that early. Just cars parked on both sides of the street, some with fogged up windows, some still dripping from last night's humidity. I turned left towards the park. The gate was open as usual, and I ran along the narrow dirt trail that cut through the grass. The trees in the park were tall and thick, their branches arching overhead and blocking out most of the light. I felt a chill run up my arms as I entered the shaded part, even though the air was warm. I liked running through the park early because it was quiet and I could hear my own thoughts better. As I jogged deeper into the trees, I saw a squirrel run across the path in front of me, stopping at the base of a tree to stare at me with its little paws clutched together. I kept going, feeling my heartbeat settle into a steadier rhythm. My shoes kicked up bits of loose dirt and small rocks that scattered to the sides of the trail. The smell of damp leaves and warm soil filled my nose. I could hear insects buzzing in the bushes as I passed. After about 15 minutes, I decided to take a different route. Usually, I just ran around the park's main trail in a loop and then went home, but that day I felt like exploring a bit more before work. Near the back of the park, there was a narrow offshoot trail I had noticed before but never taken. It was half hidden by overgrown bushes and a broken wooden fence that used to block it off. I slowed down and walked up to it, looking around. No one was there, and the sun still hadn't risen enough to light up the trail properly. I thought it might connect to the old water treatment plant at the edge of the park. I felt a little nervous looking down the dark path, but I told myself it would be fine. It wasn't like there were bears or mountain lions in this area, just stray dogs sometimes. I ducked under the broken part of the fence and started jogging down the trail. The trees were packed tighter here, and branches hung low over the path. I had to keep swiping away spider webs that stretched across at face level. The dirt felt softer under my shoes, mixed with dead leaves that rustled and crunched with every step. I kept looking down, making sure I didn't trip over any roots. The smell of wet plants was stronger here, almost sour in the still morning air. I could hear small rustling sounds in the bushes on either side, probably birds or squirrels waking up. The trail started sloping down slightly, and I picked up speed, enjoying the feeling of going downhill. After about 10 minutes, I noticed the trail narrowing even more. Tall grass and thorny bushes started to crowd in from both sides. I slowed to a walk, brushing aside brambles that grabbed at my shirt. My arms were getting scratched up, but I kept going, thinking it would open up again soon. I could see a faint clearing ahead where the trees thinned out. I stepped carefully, feeling the ground become rockier underfoot. There were broken bottles and rusted metal cans scattered in the dirt, half hidden by dead leaves. When I reached the clearing, I stopped. In front of me was a small flat area, about the size of a basketball court, covered in cracked concrete slabs. In the middle stood an old metal structure, like a rusted water tank lying on its side, covered in graffiti. It was silent except for the faint buzzing of insects in the grass. I looked around. The place felt forgotten. Broken pieces of wood and bent metal pipes were piled up against the trees on the far side. The air felt cooler here, almost cold against the sweat on my neck. I wiped my forehead and looked at the trail behind me. I couldn't see it anymore, just thick bushes and trees. I walked around the tank, stepping over bits of scrap metal. My shoes crunched on broken glass. There were old tire marks on the concrete, almost faded completely. It felt like no one had been here for years. As I circled the tank, I saw something that made my chest tighten. Near the back edge of the clearing, half hidden behind tall grass, was a small blue tent. Its nylon fabric was ripped in places, sagging to one side like it had collapsed. I felt a sudden urge to turn around and leave, but I forced myself to walk closer. The tent was dirty and covered in dried mud. The entrance flap was hanging open, the zipper broken. I crouched down and peered inside. I never liked driving long distances at night, but that evening I had no choice. My cousin had called, saying his car broke down halfway between our towns, and he was stranded on the side of a rural highway. He sounded panicked and embarrassed. I told him I'd come get him, even though I had been up since 5 in the morning and was already tired from a full day of work. I grabbed my keys, slipped on my old running shoes, and left without even bothering to change out of my sweatpants and hoodie. It was around 10:30 p.m. when I pulled out of my driveway. The sky was moonless and black, and as I got farther from the city, there were fewer and fewer streetlights. Eventually, it was just my headlights cutting through the dark, revealing empty road ahead and tall dry grass on either side. sometimes giving way to patches of forest or fields. I had driven this road many times in daylight, but at night it felt different, more isolated. I kept checking my mirrors, feeling that unsettled feeling you get when it feels like someone is sitting in the back seat, even though you know it's empty. I had been driving for about 45 minutes when I saw something in the distance on the side of the road. My cousin had said he was waiting in his car, so I thought I'd see headlights or hazard lights blinking. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a car at all. It looked like a large black trash bag tossed on the gravel shoulder, only it was shaped strangely. I slowed down, and as my headlights swept over it, I saw fur. It was a dead deer, twisted awkwardly with its neck bent back. I felt a jolt in my chest as I passed it, its glassy eyes catching the light for a split second. The smell of blood and something rotten drifted through my vents. I pressed down on the gas and tried to push away the image. Roadkill was normal out here, but seeing it like that in the dark made my stomach twist. About 10 minutes later, I saw the blinking of hazard lights up ahead. My cousin's old sedan was pulled over with the hood popped open. I pulled in behind him, keeping my headlights on so we had some light. I stepped out into the humid night air, stretching my back. I walked up to the car, expecting him to be sitting inside with the door open, but the driver's seat was empty. I called his name out into the dark, but the only reply was the buzz of insects and the distant sound of frogs croaking from somewhere beyond the trees. I walked around the car, shining my phone flashlight along the ground in case he had dropped something or was crouched down trying to check the tires. The grass at the edge of the gravel shoulder was flattened in one spot, leading into the ditch. I followed it, stepping carefully over broken branches and trash. After a few steps, I found one of his shoes lying on its side. It was his beat-up black sneaker with the sole coming off, the one he always wore. There was no sign of him, no movement in the darkness, just the hot smell of earth and weeds. I picked up the shoe and felt a tightness in my chest. For a few seconds, I stood there in silence, listening. My ears were filled with the rushing sound of my own blood. I looked out past the ditch into the tree line, shining my phone light between the trunks. The forest was thick with old oaks and maples, their branches tangled overhead, so not even the faint starlight could cut through. I kept telling myself he must have gone to pee in the woods, but the longer I waited, the worse I felt. It had been raining the day before, and the ground squelched under my feet as I stepped into the trees, calling his name again, quieter this time, like I was afraid of waking something up. I moved deeper in, stepping over roots and rotten logs, my phone light swinging back and forth, creating moving shadows that made me jump. I found fresh footprints in the mud, big enough to be his. They led away from the road and curved around some brush. I followed them, trying to be quiet even though I didn't know why. The deeper I went, the colder it felt, like the warm summer air couldn't reach through the trees. I heard snapping sounds ahead, like someone stepping on sticks. My heart pounded. I quickened my pace, the beam of light bouncing on tree trunks and bushes. The footprints became harder to see, but I kept following the general direction. Finally, I came to a small clearing, just a patch of grass surrounded by thicker brush. I stood there, breathing hard, trying to listen. The woods felt alive with tiny noises, bugs, frogs, wind pushing the high branches. But underneath all of it, I thought I heard something else. Breathing. Heavy, ragged breathing, coming from the left. I turned and shone my light. Nothing but bushes. I stepped closer, my shoes sinking into wet ground. The breathing got louder. My phone light flickered for a second as I pushed a branch aside and looked. My cousin was lying on the ground, curled up on his side, his arms wrapped around his head. His breathing was fast and shallow, almost like sobbing. His shirt was ripped at the shoulder, and there was blood on his forehead. I reached out and touched his arm. He flinched hard, then turned his head and looked up at me, eyes wide and unseeing. His lips were moving like he was whispering something, but no sound came out. His whole body was trembling so violently I could feel it through my hand. I tried to pull him up, but he didn't help at all. He felt limp and heavy, like a sack of wet sand. I finally got him sitting up and grabbed him under the arms, dragging him through the bushes back toward the road. Every step felt like walking through glue. My breath was coming in short gasps from the effort and from fear. I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling exposed in the clearing. We reached the car after what felt like hours, though it was probably just 5 minutes. I got him leaning against the rear door and ran to mine, grabbing the half-empty water bottle from the cup holder. I poured some into his mouth. He choked a bit but swallowed. His eyes started focusing, darting around in panic before settling on me. He grabbed my wrist with surprising strength, his fingers digging into my skin. His lips moved again, whispering so quietly I couldn't hear. I leaned closer. His breath smelled of blood and bile. He whispered again, and I caught the word run. He tried to stand, but his legs gave out. I heard something move in the grass behind us, a slow, deliberate rustling like someone dragging a heavy bag. I turned, shining my phone light. 2 glowing dots reflected back from the dark, low to the ground. At first I thought it was an animal, but then I saw the outline. It was a man crouched down, wearing something dark that blended into the trees. I couldn't see his face, just the gleam of his eyes catching my light. He didn't move. He just watched us. My skin prickled with cold terror. My cousin was trying to get up again, making a choking sound. I grabbed him under his arms and half-dragged, half-carried him to my car, shoving him into the passenger seat. I ran around and jumped in, locking the doors before I even turned the ignition. I flicked my headlights on, and they washed over the road and the trees at the edge. There was no one there now. My cousin was curled up in the seat, rocking back and forth, his hands clenched into fists against his chest. I floored it, gravel spraying behind us as we pulled onto the road. I kept checking my mirrors all the way back to town, expecting to see headlights or someone running after us, but there was only the empty black road stretching behind. I took him straight to the hospital. In the bright white light of the ER, he looked small and broken, covered in dirt and sweat, with cuts all over his arms and legs. The nurses took him away, and I sat in the waiting room with my hands shaking so badly I couldn't even open the bottle of water I had bought from the vending machine. I sat there for an hour, staring at the floor tiles, before a doctor came to tell me he was physically okay, just dehydrated and traumatized. They wanted to keep him overnight for observation. When I finally saw him again, he was sitting up in a hospital bed and 4 in his arm. His eyes were bloodshot and swollen from crying. I asked him what happened, but he didn't answer. He just shook his head, staring at nothing. Later, his parents came and I left, driving home as the sun started to rise, painting the sky with pale pink and orange. I felt numb and empty. The image of that man crouched in the woods burned into my mind. A few days later, his parents called me. He still hadn't spoken about what happened. He wouldn't leave his room and jumped every time someone knocked on the door. The police went out to where we found him, but found nothing except for some broken branches and footprints leading in circles. They asked me to come in and give a statement. I told them everything I saw, every detail. They asked if I thought it was a robbery or some drunk hunter messing around. I told them I didn't know. I started having nightmares after that night. Dreams where I was standing in the woods, unable to move, with someone crouched in the shadows just out of reach of my light. Sometimes I woke up feeling like someone was in the room with me, standing by my bed, watching me breathe. I stopped driving at night. I couldn't handle the dark road and the thought of seeing someone watching from the trees. Months went by. My cousin started speaking again, but he never told anyone what really happened. He quit his job and moved in with his parents for a while. We grew apart. Every time I tried to visit, he would get agitated and leave the room. I think seeing me reminded him of it all. Eventually, he moved to another state to live with his sister. I haven't seen him in over a year now. I still think about that night every time I drive past that stretch of highway. I think about that man crouched in the woods, just watching us, not moving, not speaking. I think about what would have happened if I had come 10 minutes later, or if my phone battery had died while I was looking for him in the forest. I wonder if he was the one who hit the deer I saw on the road earlier, if he did it deliberately to block the lane, to make someone stop. Or maybe he was just walking along the highway and found my cousin stranded there, vulnerable and alone. I'll never know. The police closed the case. Nothing was stolen, no evidence of assault, no suspect to arrest. Just an open file sitting in. I woke up before the sun that day. My eyes felt heavy, and I could still feel the cold air sneaking through the small gap in my bedroom window. I sat on the edge of my bed, rubbing my eyes, trying to shake off the sleep that clung to me like a wet blanket. I had planned this day for weeks. It was my only day off in a long while, and I wanted to hike the old service trail near the dam outside town. It wasn't an official hiking trail, just a gravel maintenance road that wound around the reservoir and up into the foothills where no one really went. I had been there before with friends, but today I wanted to go alone, just to get away from the noise of people and work. I made myself coffee and peanut butter toast, ate standing by the kitchen window, staring out into the fading darkness. The street was empty, and the streetlights buzzed and flickered. I packed my small backpack with water bottles, 2 granola bars, my old pocket knife, and a light jacket. The morning air would be cold, but the sun would heat up the trail later. I wore my faded jeans, an old black t-shirt, and my gray hoodie. I slipped on my worn hiking boots, grabbed my keys, and locked the door behind me. Driving to the dam only took 30 minutes. The road was empty at this hour, just a few trucks hauling produce to the markets. The sky turned pink and orange as I parked on the gravel pullout near the locked gate. I sat in my car for a moment, finishing the rest of my coffee from my travel mug, feeling the heat of it in my chest. Then I got out, slung my backpack over one shoulder, and walked around the locked gate. The first mile was easy. The gravel crunched under my boots with every step. There were rabbit tracks in the dust and old deer droppings by the side of the trail. Dry grass grew tall and brown along the road edges, and the sun slowly rose above the hills, making everything glow yellow. I walked with my head down, watching my steps, lost in my thoughts about work deadlines and bills, and how tired I felt of it all. I walked like that for maybe 30 minutes before I decided to take a break near a small bend where the trail widened out into a dusty clearing. I sat down on a big rock, drank some water, and stretched my legs out in front of me. The world was silent except for some small birds chirping in the brush. I could hear my own breathing, slow and steady. I stayed like that for a while, leaning back, feeling the cold rock against my palms, staring up at the pale blue sky. I didn't want to go back home. I didn't want to think about work or responsibilities. I wanted to just sit there forever. After maybe 15 minutes, I stood up, dusted off my jeans, and kept walking. The trail narrowed as it went uphill, bending around the side of a ridge. To my left, the hill sloped down steeply towards the water far below. The water looked dark and still from up here, like thick black paint. The only sound was the gravel under my boots and the occasional caw of a crow flying overhead. About 2 hours in, I reached the old service building. It was a small concrete block room with a rusted metal door, locked with a thick chain. I walked around it, seeing graffiti sprayed on the back wall. Just random tags, hearts with initials and curse words. There was a smell of stale urine near the back, where someone had clearly relieved themselves. I wrinkled my nose and walked away, following the path that continued behind the building. It was narrower here, more overgrown with weeds and bushes scratching at my jeans. I felt a sense of calm. I always did in places like this, where no one else was around. I could hear my heartbeat, steady and quiet, and the sound of my boots on dirt. I walked for another half hour before deciding to eat a granola bar. I sat on the ground with my back against a tree, chewing slowly, watching a group of ants crawl in and out of a crack near the roots. My mind felt quiet. I finished my snack, took a sip of water, and stood up. When I started walking again, I noticed something ahead on the trail. At first, I thought it was just a fallen branch or maybe an old piece of wood washed down by rains, but as I got closer, I saw it was a shoe. A single shoe, old and dirty, lying on its side. It was a black sneaker, faded gray from sun and dust. It looked like it had been there a long time. I slowed down, looking around out of habit. The bushes were still, and the trees above me swayed gently in the breeze. I stepped over the shoe and kept walking, but now I felt uneasy. It wasn't normal to see a single shoe lying out here. There was no reason for anyone to just leave it there. I told myself it was probably someone's lost shoe from years ago, washed down in the rains, or maybe dropped by someone carrying trash to dump. Still, I felt something tighten in my chest. The air felt different, like it had thickened somehow. I walked for another 10 minutes, my steps slower now, ears straining to hear any sound around me. I started noticing things I hadn't before. Broken branches along the trail edges, small torn pieces of plastic caught in bushes, an old water bottle half buried in the dirt. Trash, yes, but it felt like something else. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like signs of people who had been here but hadn't cleaned up. I kept going, feeling more and more aware of how alone I was out here. Then I saw it. Ahead, near a bend in the trail, there was a small clearing off to the right. I couldn't see into it clearly because bushes blocked part of the view, but I could see the remains of what looked like an old campfire ring, blackened stones in a circle. I stopped walking. My breathing had gotten faster without me realizing. I walked slowly towards the clearing, stepping off the trail and pushing aside the bushes. There was a campfire ring, and around it were old crushed cans, torn pieces of tarp, a half-buried plastic bag, and some charred pieces of wood. It looked like no one had been here in a while, but I felt a chill run through me anyway. People weren't allowed to camp out here. This wasn't a campsite. I looked around at the trees and the sky, feeling very small all of a sudden. Then I saw it. Behind the campfire ring, in the dirt, were tire marks. Fresh tire marks, like from a motorbike or maybe an ATV. The dirt was still loose around the edges. I crouched down, touching the marks. They couldn't have been more than a day old. I stood up and looked around again. Everything was silent. Too silent. I realized then that I hadn't heard birds for a while. I felt a tight knot form in my stomach. I turned back to the trail and kept walking, faster now. My ears felt hot. I kept looking back over my shoulder every few steps. The trail curved around a ridge, and I moved quickly, feeling sweat on my back despite the cold morning air. My boots kicked up dust with every step. My breathing got louder in my ears. I just wanted to get away from that clearing, from those fresh tire marks. As I rounded a sharp bend, I froze. Ahead of me, maybe 50 feet away, there was a man standing on the trail. He was facing away from me, looking down at something in his hands. He wore a dark green jacket, blue jeans, and a black cap. His posture was relaxed, just standing there, not moving. My mouth went dry. I took a small step back, my boots crunching on gravel louder than I wanted. The man didn't turn around. I stood there, trying to think. Should I call out to him? Should I turn around and leave? My brain felt frozen. Something about the way he stood there, alone on a trail where no one was supposed to be, with fresh tire marks near an illegal campsite, made every instinct in my body scream to leave. I took another step back, slower this time, trying not to make any noise. The man still didn't move. I turned around and started walking back the way I came, forcing myself to keep my steps calm and steady even though my heart was hammering against my ribs. Every step felt like it took forever. After a minute, I glanced over my shoulder. The trail behind me was empty. I walked faster, then faster, until I was almost jogging. My backpack bounced on my shoulders, and the water bottles inside sloshed with every step. I kept going like that for what felt like forever. The trees and bushes blurred past me. My lungs burned with each breath, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back again. I just kept moving, focused on the gravel road ahead of me, on getting back to the service building, then back to my car. Finally, I saw the old concrete building up ahead. My legs felt weak with relief. I stopped for a second to catch my breath, bending over, hands on my knees, gulping in the cold air. My ears rang with the sound of blood rushing. I straightened up and kept walking, forcing myself to stay calm. As I passed the building, I heard something behind me, the sound of footsteps on gravel. Slow, steady footsteps. I didn't turn around. I just walked faster. The footsteps grew louder, matching my pace. I felt cold sweat drip down my back. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. No signal. I shoved it back in my pocket and kept moving. I reached the wider part of the trail where I had first stopped to rest that morning. My eyes darted around, scanning the bushes, the trees, looking for anyone, anything. The footsteps had stopped. The world was silent again. I kept walking, forcing myself to stay calm, to keep breathing evenly, but my body felt like it was vibrating with fear. When I finally saw the locked gate in the distance, I almost cried. My car was parked just beyond it, the sun reflecting off the windshield. I broke into a jog, then a run, my boots pounding the gravel so hard it sent sharp pains up my legs. I reached the gate, climbed over it, scraping my shin on the metal bar, and landed hard on the other side. I fumbled with my keys, unlocked my car, and threw myself into the driver's seat. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and sat there for a moment, breathing so hard my chest hurt. My hands shook as I started the engine. I looked in the rearview mirror. The trail behind the gate was empty. I woke up before the sun came up. The room was dark and cold, and for a few seconds, I just lay there listening to the quiet hum of the ceiling fan and the distant sound of a truck on the highway. I got up, pulled on my old jeans and hoodie, and grabbed my boots from under the bed. I didn't bother eating anything. I just tied my boots, grabbed my thermos of coffee, and stepped outside. The air was crisp and damp, and as I walked to my truck, I could smell the wet grass and the faint scent of manure from the neighbor's farm. The sky was still black, but there was a hint of blue along the edge of the trees. I climbed into my truck and started it. The engine shook for a second before settling into a low rumble. I backed out of the gravel driveway, headlights sweeping across the front yard and the line of bushes by the ditch. I turned onto the road and headed east, sipping my coffee and feeling the warmth slide down into my chest. I drove for about 30 minutes before turning onto a narrow dirt road. There were no other cars, no lights, nothing but rows of cornfields on both sides and thick woods further down. I parked by the gate leading into the woods. It was just an old metal farm gate chained to a wooden post. I climbed over it, landing on the other side with a crunch of dry leaves under my boots. I adjusted my backpack and started walking down the narrow path that led into the trees. The sun was barely starting to rise, and a pale, cold light filtered through the tall trunks, making everything look gray and quiet. I kept walking for about an hour, deeper into the woods. I liked walking early when everything was silent and empty. The smell of damp earth, old leaves, and moss always made me feel calm. I didn't see any deer or rabbits today, just a few crows flying overhead. The path narrowed further, overgrown with weeds and small branches that scratched my pants as I walked. Eventually, I reached the stream. It was a narrow, shallow stream with muddy banks and clear water trickling over smooth rocks. I bent down, washed my hands in the freezing water, and drank a little. The cold bit my teeth, but it felt good. I sat there for a while, just listening to the sound of water and wind in the trees. My coffee was almost gone, so I drank the last of it, feeling the heat seep into my stomach. After resting, I decided to keep walking along the stream. There was an old hunting shack somewhere ahead, half collapsed and covered in moss. I had seen it once last winter when I came here with my uncle. It was abandoned decades ago. As I walked, the sun rose higher, lighting up patches of the forest floor with yellow light, but it was still cold. The air smelled fresh, with hints of pine and rotting wood mixed together. The stream curved to the right, and I followed it, stepping over fallen branches and slippery rocks. My boots got soaked a few times when I stepped into deeper water, but I didn't care. I just kept moving, feeling the mud suck at my soles. After about 30 minutes, I saw the shack in the distance. It looked even worse than I remembered. The roof had caved in on one side, and the wooden walls were covered in green moss and dark streaks of rot. One window was broken, jagged glass still stuck along the frame. I walked up to it and pushed open the door. It didn't make any noise, just swung open slowly. Inside it smelled like damp wood, mold, and dead leaves. The floor was littered with old newspapers, crushed beer cans, and chunks of broken wood from the ceiling. There was an old metal chair in one corner, rusted and bent. I stepped inside, feeling the soft give of rotten boards under my boots. I walked around, looking at the broken furniture and the graffiti sprayed on the back wall. I could see initials carved into the wooden beams, dates from the 90s and early 2000s. Someone had drawn a rough deer head in black marker on the far wall. I stood there for a while, listening to the quiet. The only sound was the wind rustling the trees outside and a crow calling somewhere far away. After a few minutes, I walked back out and started heading upstream again. The trees grew denser here, and the path almost disappeared under fallen branches and thick undergrowth. I pushed through it, brushing spider webs out of my face and feeling small twigs snap under my boots. The sun was higher now, but the trees were so tall and thick that the ground still felt cold and damp. I kept walking for another hour. I was getting hungry, so I stopped and pulled out the small sandwich I had packed. It was just peanut butter on white bread, but it tasted good out here. I sat on a large rock, chewing slowly and looking around. The forest was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves when the wind blew. I finished my sandwich, drank some water, and kept walking. I didn't really have a plan. I just wanted to keep moving, to see where the stream went. The further I went, the narrower it became. The ground on both sides sloped up into small ridges covered in ferns and moss. It started feeling darker and colder, even though it was mid-morning. The trees here were older, with thick trunks and high branches, and everything smelled like wet earth and mold. I started to notice old footprints along the muddy bank. They were faint, washed away by rain and time, but they were human footprints. Someone had come this way before. I wondered if it was a hunter or a hiker. As I kept walking, I saw more signs, broken branches, a cigarette but half buried in the mud, and an old boot print near a fallen log. I stepped over it and kept moving. The ground started to rise steeply ahead, forming a small hill covered in undergrowth. The stream trickled down from between two large boulders. I climbed up slowly, grabbing onto small trees and roots to pull myself up the muddy slope. At the top, the land flattened out again, but the trees grew even closer together. It felt darker here, almost like evening. I walked slowly, watching where I stepped because the ground was covered in old fallen branches, mushrooms, and deep patches of moss that felt like stepping on wet sponges. My boots sank in a few times, making squelching sounds as I pulled them free. I started feeling uneasy for some reason. I couldn't explain it, but something about the air felt wrong. It was too still. There was no wind here, no birds calling, no rustling leaves. Just silence. I kept moving, but I started to feel like I was being watched. My neck prickled, and I felt cold sweat forming under my hoodie. I stopped and looked around, scanning the trees and undergrowth. Nothing moved. Everything was dead still. I listened, but I heard nothing, not even the distant sound of the stream anymore. I took a few deep breaths and kept walking, trying to ignore the feeling. I told myself it was just in my head. I was alone in the woods, far from any roads or houses. It was normal to feel uneasy in a place like this, but the feeling didn't go away. It grew stronger with every step, until my stomach felt tight and my chest felt heavy. Suddenly, I saw something ahead. At first I thought it was just another fallen tree, but as I got closer, I saw that it was a blue tarp. It was tied between two trees, forming a rough shelter. There was a small fire pit in front of it, cold and filled with damp ashes. A few old beer cans were scattered around, and an empty plastic water bottle lay half buried in the moss. I froze. My heart started pounding in my chest. Someone was camping here, or at least they had been. I looked around, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Nothing. I walked slowly closer, stepping carefully to avoid making noise. The tarp was sagging under the weight of fallen leaves. Underneath it was a sleeping bag, dirty and stained, lying on a thin foam mat. There was an old backpack leaning against the tree, half open with clothes spilling out. I stood there listening. The air felt heavy and silent. I couldn't hear anything except the blood rushing in my ears. I looked down at the sleeping bag and saw dark stains along the edges. At first I thought it was just mud, but the color was too dark, almost black. I crouched down and touched it. The fabric felt stiff and crusted. I pulled my hand back quickly, feeling my stomach twist. I wiped my fingers on my jeans and stood up. I felt sick. I didn't know why, but something about this place felt wrong. Really wrong. I turned and started walking back the way I came, moving faster now. My boots crunched on dead leaves and snapped small branches with every step. I felt exposed, like someone was standing behind me, watching me walk away. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but there was nothing there. I walked quickly for a while, trying to follow the path I had taken earlier, but everything looked different now. The trees all looked the same, and the ground was covered in the same blanket of moss and leaves. I kept moving in what I thought was the right direction, but after an hour, I realized I was lost. I stopped, breathing hard, my chest tight with panic. I tried to calm myself down, taking slow breaths. I looked around, trying to remember landmarks, but everything blended together. I took a drink of water, closed my eyes, and tried to think clearly. I decided to keep walking downhill, figuring it would eventually lead back to the stream. I walked for another hour, slipping on wet moss, ducking under low branches, pushing through thick undergrowth. Finally, I heard it, the sound of running water. Relief washed over me, and I hurried towards it, stumbling down a slope until I reached the stream again. I stood there for a moment, breathing hard, feeling the cool breeze on my face. I didn't know if I was upstream or downstream from where I had started, but I didn't care. I just started walking along the bank, hoping it would eventually lead me back to the old shack or the path. As I walked, I kept glancing behind me, feeling like someone was following me. Every rustle of leaves made my skin crawl. Every bird that took off from the branches above made my heart jump into my throat. I kept moving, faster now, almost running at times. The stream curved